municipality, what we are doing is wrong. And if the municipality is not doing, there is nothing that we can do as SALGA, including the issue of Inokijima. So interesting, so that you can understand in Doga SALGA. Just to relate Apagui, the court papers that he spoke about, we are cited as respondents. I think the legal people will understand. Meaning that as SALGA, we have to go and face Let's Talk Command. So we represent the interest of municipalities, regardless of the mess that we find the municipalities to be in.
Thank you, sir. Can we move on?
Right. So the issue, Sisu Oitetileyo, if you suspect any corruption, go and report. No, that's what the law is saying. That's what the law is saying. Every citizen of this country, in terms of the law of this country, if there are suspicions, you can go and report.
Okay, let us accept that and move on. We're really chasing time. There will be time to speak again in the other panels. Can you?
No, let me give to Mthatha.
Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad I spoke after Mthatha this time. So, colleagues, the answer is simple. Nabo nje besitsho nje sibafuna pha eChachalazini. Nalo president wabo ngaphezulu, or rather president wethu. When uSALGA and when government, which is the last line of defense, say there's nothing else we can do, what are we left to do? We don't agonize. We organize. We then say, my pumele shift kungenenye. So as simple as that. If they want to liquidate themselves, they can do it, Bona. They can leave us out. As communities now, the time is for us to organize. To organize. It doesn't help to, it's not gonna help us to keep saying, but this, but that. All we have to do, it's a pity, if una nemali ke lento, a lot of it, which is where the white people come in sometimes, especially in our case. So if there's one thing I would like to punt and leave this gathering with, is to say the power is in your hands.
Yeah.
You get to decide who gets to lead you. Now, I just want to point out one person, which is the biggest problem. Problem enkulu, which is common, but there are, and it's reported, by the way, it's documented. Mninzi umuntu opha kwamasipala. EPA ne-PA pa. Wonke umuntu ugcwele pha. And the biggest problem that you have there is that neskill esi incwadi do ayikho. Nansi ingxaki enkulu. Kulo wethu umasipala, with all of these electrical problems that it's got, can you believe that we do not have not one qualified electrical engineer? Not one.
Thank you, sir.
Kodwa kugcwele bantu bayapeya, le unemployment yethu ayo yabo. Bona funa baphangele.
We can all talk until the cows come home. Please, 30 seconds.
I think maybe I should keep the mic with the two of you. But I mean, for me, I will take it back again to food security and the role of the youth, that we need to support them towards helping us achieve food security. For food systems and value chains to be effective, we also have to consider external factors, the environment, the political factors, economy, and the governance. And again, I talked about making agriculture and farming attractive to the youth. So I am glad to hear other people talking about putting agriculture as part of our education, as part of our curriculum. These are long-term goals that cannot be achieved within the next year or two. We need to think of long-term plans. So I will not talk much because I see there is a heated debate on the municipalities that I unfortunately have nothing to contribute on. But again, in parting shots, while Mr. was chatting there. I would like to challenge us next time when we are eating grapes, maize meal, fish, to just look at the packaging and see where that is coming from, and ask ourselves why we are eating grapes from Israel, maize from Ukraine or Belgium, I don't remember at the top of my head, whereas we could produce our own. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Into Mthatha is that initiator is the most important thing. Singabantu abasha, we get discouraged. Kona anzwi qala lento, khai qala baza uzawudibana nefunding endleleni. It's not the most easiest way to do things. But khawuqala ngele 500 to 9 ndithi khawulime nabangumhlaba ongangocango. Uzawubona into ezawuphuma apha and where you will go from there. And also in terms of in terms of coming up with solutions, if you want anybody to talk about farming in schools, nabantwana, ndikhona, talk to me. I'm very much available. I can go around Eastern Cape talking about farming, encouraging people, encouraging children, encouraging abazali and everybody. I'm very willing to talk. So that is my petition, that is my offer, that I will be available. Just invite me in time and we organize logistics. Yeah.
Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you very much to the panel and all the contributions. Right now, without wasting time, we had a panel 2 discussion that we had to have. We have a lady who flew in from the Cape to come and talk to us. Unfortunately, she wasn't here when we needed that panel. Her name is Vuyokazi Joseph from Matu, and I just want her to lay the foundation so that we can also deal with that panel right now. Thank you very much.
Molweni kumandi ukuba lapha emakhaya kwakhona this morning. Thank you so much ngokuza. Ndiyabulisa kwenkosi.
Can we please have everybody's attention, please? Thanks.
Bulisa kwenkosi kokumkani, professionals, captains of industries, ministers, apostles, evangelists, preachers, teachers, servers. It's a wonderful gathering this morning. We are privileged to have been afforded this time. Ndinguvuyokazi Matunjo ngokusekutshiwo ndizalwa koQumbu ndi-based ke ngoku eCape Town. Silapha namhlanje sithunyelwa kumsebenzi wokurebuilda ekhaya. Kudala sisakha amanye amazwe. Ndihamba ndodwa, ndihamba ne-intercessors ebezithunyelwe ngubawo last night kuba zizolala apha ukuthandazela le mini namhlanje nomsebenzi owenziwa apha namhlanje. Can I just check ukhona umuntu ongasiva isiXhosa? Oh, all right. Okay, thank you. So I would just like the ladies, without taking too much time, introduce our mama, abasithandaza nabo in the prayer altar. Ndicela baphakame ndibabone babahleli phi namhlanje, please, just quickly. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your sacrifice. Ixesha esiphila kulo lahlukile. Akusenilo ixesha ebesikhula kulo. Sibonile amaxesha ahamba lesiyabhuka, sibadala, kuyonakala, umzi wakuthi uphalele. Silapha ke namhlanje kuba yibhedini yakho njengoba ulapha namhlanje. Time is one of our most valuable commodities namhlanje. Ndithunywa ke namhlanje kumbandela wokurebuilda, and amagama and our communicator namhlanje endiwafumeneyo that I have received just ngalo message nje I deliver sikhululekile. Rebuilding, reconstruction, and the resurrection of the economy in the Eastern Cape. It comes with an understanding of the spiritual mapping of the environment. We've come to understand that the matter of economy is not simply a matter of education, of understanding, of experience, of execution, of profitability. It is also a matter that is controlled by what is happening in the atmosphere. It's a matter, the issue of wealth, the issue of money, the issue of prosperity and advancement of a people and the reconstruction of a nation is altered. It is controlled, directed divinely by altars. Altars are what controls an environment. It is why the richest square in the continent of Africa in Sandton is serviced by a kingdom that continues to hold power in the mountain of economy. It is a mountain that is controlled like all other mountains in media, in education, in government, in arts and entertainment, in the mountain of religion, of economy, science and technology. These are territories that are controlled by a spirit that operates in each of the mountains. At the highest authority sits a principality that controls that environment. And I know that these matters of deconstructing the operations and the setup of the economy take much more time than now. That's why you will have a World Economic Forum that set up the time to redesign, restructure 10, 20 years in advancement. And that time has come for the Eastern Cape to restore the original order and template according to the original design of the province. And that is set up on the message that the prophets gave originally when it came ngenkokheli zakudala ezazithunyelwe, where their spirits were arrested, to come and deliver a message to say, there will come a people, a prophet that came to announce, for God does nothing without sharing it with his prophets. He came to announce that kuzawufika abantu abanenwele eziyephu bazawufika bephethe iqhosha elingenantunja, bazawufika bephethe nencwadi enomlomo obomvu. Ze nikhethe incwadi enomlomo obomvu. Siyazi ke ukuba saye sakhetha iqhosha elingenantunja. What I'm here to just share and wrap up very quickly is just the communication of what one can take and leave just very quickly. When we rebuild our wealth in the Eastern Cape, of which the time has come, we build our economy according to that which we see in Solomon. What happened is that education yet was set on our understanding that what will lead us is what is written in our books and our understanding. But the wealth of the African sits in our homes. It sits in ideas. It sits in what we see in Steve Jobs, we see in many others, even here in the Eastern Cape. But we have not been able to nurture that which has been put in the womb of the African We are in a time where, yes, I'll be very quick. I know I'm trying to shrink. Just give me five minutes.
I can't, no, 5 minutes is too much.
Oh, okay. 5 minutes is too much. Then let me communicate it this way. Father, we come before you. We thank you that your time to resurrect the Eastern Cape has come. We thank you for everything that you have taken this nation through. We thank you for the pain, because the pain was for our own awakening, so that we may know that the government, that is the government that will reconstruct and restore the wealth of the continent, the wealth of South Africa, and the wealth of the Eastern Cape, is an arising of professionals that you have already prepared up until this point, where you have gathered your own people that you have trained in the basement, people who are not even known in this nation, that you have prepared from the Eastern Cape for a time such as this, a time to arise, that the time to wait for government is over, that the time that we have come to is a time of Genesis 1:26, where you have put man in the planet to take dominion, to rule in obedience to you. We are thanking you for the time that now the people of the Eastern Cape, that which you had put in their home, their time to give birth has come. That this is the time of the release of the Joseph. That this is the morning of the arising of the Eastern Cape, where Lazarus is coming out of the grave, where after 4 days Israel came out of the grave to resurrect that which was designed from the beginning of time. We thank you for an establishment and a release today. There is an authority that is being released to the people of the Eastern Cape to begin to do that which was put inside of them. We thank you for this time. We establish the release of the ideas, the release of the new economy, the announcement of the new economy according to God's original design.
Sorry,
Amen.
finish. Unfortunately, time doesn't allow us. Sorry, everybody. We have to move on. Thank you very much. We need to move on in the interest of time. For the purposes of why we are here as well, I just want to go back to the question or to the teaser that is on the screen. The teaser on the screen, because we're talking about the state of the economy and opportunities, says, is the Eastern Cape a good place to live? The Eastern Cape, which includes the cities of Port Elizabeth and East London, is the poorest area, with 72.9% of residents in poverty. This was in January 2023. Now, I want to engage all of you to focus on that in terms of what do we need to do to turn this economy around. And again, we don't have unlimited time, so can we go back to that particular statement? And I need input from all of you so that we can then move on. Thank you.
Microphone check.
Whose hand was up first? Let me try that corner. That corner hasn't been speaking a lot because likude. All right, who wants to start?
Undinisa from Pakwa Gcaleka kukumkani uVulukhaya ndiyabulisa. Umdla wamaphupho khona kakhulu kulapha ku number 3 but ke ngokusendlule sekudlulwe kuye. Kodwa what I want to say, ukuba ngaba there is a lion and a tiger at the entrance of the door, akho ndawo sinoya kuyo kula case kamasipala, just because i-lion into yenzayo ifuna ukukhupha i-tiger ithi ifake into ethi no vote of confidence, ayinathemba kuyiphelelwe lithemba. Ngelo xesha kuwastwa imali zethu. Akho mntu unongena namhlanje elulawulweni ngomso ukuthiwa uyakhutshwa kuphinde kungene omnye ngomso uyakhutshwa. Kulapho ke omasipala bethu banakele khona. Enkosi ke General, uMoses xa wayethatha amasirayeli ahambe khala endleleni athi sinxaniwa kho manzi. Nathi ngoku siyakhala ngoku sifuna ubheka emva apho besisuka khona. Kuba kaloku ibudget eyayisezinqileni phansi kwenkosi yayikwazi ukwenza indlela ezilalini, kodwa yathi yawususwa la budget ezinkosini yathathwa yawufakwa kwamasipala kumagongqongqo. Sasingayazi nale nto kuthiwa zii-millions thina, but namhlanje sifa kuthethwa ngee-billions. Ngela xesha engumasipala yezinqila kwangekho nto yam-billions, kwakusetyenzwa indlela qha.
Enkosi Mthatha.
Mandibulise ingqanga nentsiba zayo. Chairperson, ingase ndingundaba mna ifani. Inkosi yam nguJonga Nceba phaa emanqabeni Lwandlana. Chair, ndingumntu ofundele i-agriculture ndina 16 years kwi-agricultural sector. Mna bendizawukhomenta ngomhlaba, the land issue. Yonke into esitya apha eTranskei, maybe naseSisky ayisuke ayilinywa apha. Ungahamba ngolapha uye kwaPick n Pay. 80% we-economy yalapha eTranskei, maybe naseSisky, is in the hands of foreigners. Uyakuzo zonke ezitawuni zincinci apha. Umhlaba, the communal land, ayilinywa, Chairperson. Ingase amakhosi kubuyele kulaa nto indala. Let's go back to basic. Kwakukho oNgcorha apha. Kwakukho oMagwa. They were fully operational before 1994. Umama wayesebenza khona phaa eMagwa. iMagwa yayisebenza, kwakulinywa wonke la 1,800 hectares wethi. Ngoku kulinywa u-25% wala mhlaba nemajola ezi. Sinengxaki, Chair, ngento edibene nokulinywa kwe-communal land. Abantu abangenamdla wokulima bankonye umhlaba. Hamba ngokwapho usuka apha eVigisville uhle uthi uyotshona ngaseCoffee Bay, akulinywanga ngondithetha nawo. Thousands and thousands of hectares omhlaba azilinywanga. Eyokugqibela mhlekazi, i-produce ethengwa zii-chain stores apha, nditsho umbotyi le, nditsho umbona, awusuki apha kweli phondo lethu. Usuka as far as Free State, omnye usuka eKZN. Akulinywa apha. Ingase urhulumente and fully fund i-agriculture kule province. Thank you.
The gentleman over there. The question is, how did we get here and how do we solve it? Our power is in our vote, and our power is in us acting as citizens.
Mandibulele Chair, ndibulise nakumntu wonke apha. Program Director, allow me to observe all the protocols. Ndingumini waseManfletcher, umzamo igama. Ndikhaluphendula laa mbuzo othi, is Eastern Cape a good place to live? Impendulo ithi yes. I-Eastern Cape ingayi-hub ye-food security as well as i-hospitality for the whole of South Africa. I-landscape yase-Eastern Cape xa uyijonga from Bizana up to PE, even nobuyadlula phofu, ifana nqwane Phuket umuntu wakhoba kwela cala ekulekwa kuye nguye wonke umuntu eyohamba elwandle itourism engaqhubeka apha kolwandle ingapha koqonda ungayanga nakwi-fish farming le kuthethwa ngayo singayazi biqalwa ngaphi kweli bicala if besingahamba ngalamandla sinawo in terms of resources as that which we have as the province i-problem ke xa i-vision ingekho unfortunately akho nto ongayenza secondly i-agriculture njengoba lo tate bala ezindawo kuyotshona komqhekezweni full of amasimi Eastern Cape yonke kwelo meko xa singabuyele emva ke ngoku sikhumbule ubuqaqawulo bale province bobunjani na ndicinga uba mna mhlambe le session ibi-session ethi because sesizibona i-gaps i-challenges ezikhoyo ezisibheke kule ndawo esikuyo hopeless mhlambe bendicinga into yoba mna apha sizothi how do we fix the unfixed how do we map the way forward ngoba ngoku we are like sikwi-grievance meeting kanti siyayazi yonke le nto mos nakwi-preamble xa ibibekwa kwi-invite ichaze clearly i-state of affairs but ke ngoku yathi invite bantu se-Eastern Cape abanekhwele le ndawo yabo seyingaze ibe zingqondorhani khona akho nto ningacebisa kwenziwe yona so as to change indlela ejongeka ngayo so bendicinga uba ke mhlawumbi ifocus yethu mayibe sekubeni how do we begin to rebuild more than ukuziphayilisha izinto ezikhoyo that which we all are aware of mhlawumbe starting point siphi ukwenzela uba singene kuloo ndawo now enye ke ngoku i-question ithi xolo tata kancinci nje nzayo okay ithi enye i-question now that we have got a sitting government or sitting administration ekhona now i-program ke ngoku to rebuild because it needs all the sectors it needs all the resources mhlawumbe does this mean there should be a parallel structure then i-parallel structure but esifocus mainly kwi-redevelopment kwi-reconstruction ekubuyiseleni Eastern Cape
Thanks. Maningi ama opinions akhona. You are right, but we don't have much time.
Thank you very much. Igama lento ngumxolisi ifana ngoboy. There's one thing that I want to raise here. One, we've got a problem of doing wrong things with confidence here in the OR Tambo. So I'm not going to talk about any place that I've never stayed, but in Zauteta and OR Tambo. There was a speaker here earlier before who said that there are some of the things that are holding back development. One mention putting a claim INDABA legit, of which he knows very well that is false. Now it's on the land. We addressed then that. The second one, before I sit, the entry point, which was said then by, if memory me right, is to have a petition from here, spread all over then the Eastern Cape and say, government, we want to invest in Eastern Cape, address the crime. If it's not now, we've got a lot of ideas. See, petty was is out. But once you think of putting all Bizabantu, Eastern Cape, the question number one, we can't have a situation Mthatha every day. Who will come and invest? Thank you. So that is why I'm saying, Chair, one thing that we must agree on here, let's have a petition starting IOLAB, then say spread back about our government, please help us clean Eastern Cape when it comes then to a crime, and then we'll come and put money. Thank you very much.
My colleague is making a note of that. There's a gentleman here that has been having his hand high for a long time. Sorry.
Thanks, facilitator. Kamalam Ngwezile Mkidlane. I'm going to raise 3 issues, Chair. That must be our focus. One, siyavumelana into yoba ubutyebi base-Eastern Cape kwi-agriculture. Secondly, siyavumelana into yoba ubutyebi base-Eastern Cape bukhona kwi-industrial development. Thirdly, sine-coastal development. So zii-areas ezintathu endithi mandizibeke so that ii-points zethu siyazi uba sizawuzireyisa as areas of focus in going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, nice and sweet, short.
Mhlakazi inkosi mandi bulela ba ku general osenze sahlangana apha sinomkhuba general omane sikumemba sawugqiba xa kufuneke silandele sikudambe ndisuka ku faith based organization ndingumfundisi uMachi Mthatha indawo oqala emayisincedise ngoku intoba futhi nje sicala nesibali serious elilizwe likaNthatha khona sikhuphela ngaphandle imane nithi inkosi nishiye thina ngaphandle xa nifuna abantu nize kuthi as a church siwoyeni serious sinoxanduva loba apha sizimele noba uzimela kuthetha ntoni andizukwazi kahle kodwa sinengxaki apha sicala mna ndirhala ke simredyuse futhi lo Eastern Cape mhlawumbi ke sijonge sibe selfish ke sijonge lo mhlaba kuqala okuthiwa yi-Transkei andiyaxolisa mhlawumbi noba sizi-levels uze sikwazi uyenza le nto ndirhalela ingxoxo yethu isincedise sikhawuleze siye phaa apha thina umzekelo ndandisaphangela ngoko savala umsebenzi i-1.5 kwa-TAC nge-severance package ngoku imali zethu ziyaphela besithubeni kuyacikoza kulapalamente andikhwapho ke ngoku kodwa ndiyacela kulo mhlangano makasifocus apha kuthi sithini ubheka phambili sizotyhiliza lo mntu odwa sinalungelo lokuba sibe sithi qha ingxoxo yethu mayithi ngoba sawubala sibale ngubani lo uthi asinawudibana noba kukhona amabhulu adibana samuna na kuthiwa yintoni la gama libizwa phaa anento yawo kodwa aneekhonomi yawo anabantu bawo masixoxeni madoda into esihlangulayo apha ngoku thina masizenzele umgaqo wokuhlangana nosizibiza ntoni apha then ke ngosizosombulula ubutyebi bethu enkosi.
I'm going to take one more at the back there so that we can continue.
Ndanibulisa nonke lo uthethayo kumalibonke ngamthuzulu ndisuka phaa e-East London where I'm the chairperson of the Buffalo City Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ndine-items ezimbini ndizawugqibela ngayo le isetafuleni kuba loku amehlo ka-program director ayasiposa. Umba wam uphaa ku-rural development and agriculture. The government officials, when they talk of agriculture, they talk about maize growing. Still, naxabe ku-rural development, bathetha ngo-agriculture. Official agriculture, when it comes to rural development, it becomes a component. Sinalo problem injalo. Asikwazi udeveloper in the province because kune decisions ezingade zithathwe zi-departments as relevant to that. Rural development, public works, no masipala. We are ufika phaa kuthiwe hayi no, there's a process in place. This land is going to be transferred to public works. Xa ufika phaya kuthiwe hayi unyanisile iza kwenzeka loo nto. So what we are saying as property developers, they must transfer the user to the relevant department so that umngcwabo buhamba eli xesha basajikelezayo. Ndingene mhlekazi kule item yobeke phaa etafuleni yoba whether Eastern Cape is the right place to live. Yes, it is. What we need is an inclusive economic planning. We need an integrated approach. All these government departments and municipalities, they are not aware that they are doing business. And we are their partners. So now what they need to do now, they need to involve business people when they do all these plans. Thanks.
Thanks very much. I need to move on. There are too many hands and we don't have time. That input is important. I want us to go back to what panel 1 should have dealt with. And some of your comments could actually fit in there. The problem is we don't have much time. People must really, really keep their comments very, very short. Panel 1 was about the infrastructure. We've had discussions about ESCOM, so I don't think we need to go back to ESCOM. But the infrastructure in this country is in a horrible state. Therefore, I would like comments that talk about the infrastructure, particularly what needs to be done to actually get our infrastructure working so that we can move forward.
Enkosi sihlalo wami omtsha wale nhlanganiso. Andizoba mdedada ngizawungena njalo ku-infrastructure bendizawuthi mna njengoba nje sithe nqwadala lapha seliphondo sizokulungisa ingxaki entanda esikuzo. Bendizawuthi kuba kuzokwakhiwa la multi-stakeholder committee. La multi-stakeholder committee mayinikwe ipower izokwazi ukujonga i-security yephondo. Izikolo ziyavandalizwa, izibhedlele kubulawa abantu, abantwana bayadudula ezikolweni, iikliniki ziyavandalizwa ngabantwana bethu. Loo nto ibangela yintoni asiyazi. Esa stakeholder committee makhe sinikwe ipower xa sicela amagunya kurhulumente sigxile kwezi zinto ba zichithwa yintoni izikolo kutheni ngekho security ezikolweni. Okugqibela mandiye kutata kaSalga. Utata kaSalga usibonisile into yokuba njengoba bekhona benguSalga abanamazinyo ukumasipalata akenzi nakho nto banoyenza. Ithi loo nto urhulumente akanandlela yokulungisa ilizwe lakhe. Now ndike ngoku xa ndibeka phantsi ukuba esa stakeholder kunokungena abantu bangavinjelwa amathuba abantu abanezikill, kubekho abantu abanezakhono bazokwenza into yenzeke. Nkosi Mhlekazi.
I would like people who have not been given a chance to speak before. I'll come back to those. Have you had a chance before?
Ndicela tata uzonyamezele ukuba ke kudala undivimba. Ndinguyoba, ndizawuqala ngale impendulo ibe kulo mbuzo wakho, ndibe practical kule nto ye-infrastructure, yenze nje imizekelo embalwa. Uba itha izawufakwa noba lucingo infrastructure, ndenza imizekelo, akukho specifications sawuze siziswa apha ebantwini uba le nto izawwenziwa ngolu hlobo ze niyigade nizosixelela uba yenziwa ngolu hlobo. That's number 1. Laa ndlela uyibonakalisa phaa uba ngaba abantu bokuhlala bebenikwe ii-specifications nigadi leya yokuqala nigadi leya yesibini nigadi ezino bizosixelela uba zenzeki ngengenzekanga laa ndlela. Uza nje lo mntu enze ukuthanda kwakhe emke phambi kwabantu. Practical. Eyesibini ke kuba ke ubundivimba masese ndiqhawule ezi ndawana zimbalwa. uDr Nonso akekho apha. Ndizalelwe kwi-agriculture. Sekhona? Oh, ukhona. Ndiyabulela tata. Ndizalelwe kwi-agriculture, ndikugela kuyo, ndifundele yona ngaphakathi eSouth Africa nangaphandle. Siyeke ke kuloo ndawo. Dr Nonso nabanye abantu aba very influential ngokwe-positions nangokubukhosi njalo njalo. Xa sithetha ngamanzi, yazini into yokuba e-Eastern Cape kwawuthethwa ngemilambo namadama azawakhiwa. Kodwa soze kuthethwe ngamanzi aphantsi komhlaba. What I'm saying here, there's no hydrogeological mapping yamanzi aphansi komhlaba. Umzekelo wale nto ndikhawulezile, buzaya kwi-White South Africa, ndibiza ngolo hlobo. Into zawuqala ukuyibone nje once ungene kula South Africa yokuqala, ubona i-center pivot. Wayibona loo nto apha eTranskei, kunkcenkceshelwa ngalaa nto yenjenje. Into yokuqala ubulumko babantu xa bedevelop indawo yabo is to investigate what we call the inherent strengths of the area. Wazi yonke resources ezikhona emoyeni, emanzini, kuso sonke ispace naphantsi komhlaba. That's the first thing. Enza loo nto abantu abamhlophe ayikenzeki ke kule ndawo sikuyo. That's number one. Number two, sizawukhawulezisa tata sendizawugqiba. Utata uNonkonyana ndimboni kodwa ke zikhona iinkosi ezikhoyo apha neekumkani. Ndifuna ulumkisa i-Eastern Cape in particular, i-Pondoland area, onke amampondo, especially Bizana, kukho into ebizwa ngoba yi-soil acidity. NgesiXhosa i-cancer yomhlaba. About 20 years ago, wawunoyifumana u-10 tons per hectare wombona. Ngeke ufumane lisikisiki ngoku. Because of i-soil acidity, ihlasele kula mhlaba. Wonke. Ubunelakhi uzawuphela apha ku-4 eLambas. One of the richest soils now the South Africa, but is affected yi-soil acidity. Ithi ke le nto ndiyithethayo ngokufutshane phakamani nime ngenyawo. Nize kum nakwabanye abantu abayaziyo le nto ye-soil acidity. Sinibhalele kakuhle, niyithathe noyipresenta, nifune imali apho ninoyifumana khona, kulaynywe yonke la mihlaba. Uzobuyela kwi-stage soba ube productive. Ukhona abantu iyaveza indaba ye-youth apha kakhulu indaba ye-youth. Nathi cebiso lam, abantu abancinci abakhoyo apha kaniphumeni kwezi unions zethu zabantu abadala. Phumani. Soze nihambele ndawo sithetha ngokuvusa i-potential lapho. Anilingani nathi energies, i-technology understand better nilibele ukuzifihla kula makhehle kwezi unions afasa nafu ezi zethu. Soze niye ndawo. Uyangixela ke namhlanje kaniyenze i-union yabantu abatsha. Yokugqibela tata, yokugqibela. Economy, okay. Ayingathi ndigqibile nje tata economy, okay. Nansi nje indawana kukho umuntu othethe into ebalulekileyo. Zibalulekile bethu nazo zonke into ezithethiweyo. Kodwa uthethe into yoba phaa ezantsi esikolweni khaniqalise phaa kwi-curriculum kungenele i-economy, i-economics. Abantwana bethu bangavinjwa benyuke nayo. Abantu abamnyama bavinjwa loo nto. Bavinjwa i-finance, ukumanage i-finance. Naba banayo abakwazi uyimaneja, naba banemali abakwazi umanage imali zabo. Because bavinjwa loo nto ekuqaleni ebeleni. Namhlanje bavinjwa loo nto up to university. Noba ufunda i-agriculture kwezi universities, i-finance ayingeneleli. I-economics icuntsiwe nje kodwa bamhlophe bona zinto ezibekwa kuqala. Enkosi.
Yeah. Thank you. Ubani ongakakhulu ongathetha apha?
Hayi besendikukhalele ngoku. Ndovezwe. Njengani ndikubhalele awukaphenduli. No-president naye bendimbhalela akaphendulanga. Bendicinga uzawuba lapha kwenzela bazophendula eya nto ndiyibhalileyo pha. Okona kubalulekileyo apha kum kukuba zonke ezi projects kuthethwa ngazo pha zizawubekwa phi na? Umhlaba nje ungaphathekanga kakuhle
land management crisis, communal land management crisis apha kule Transkei yethu. Ingakumbi former, because uyawufumanisa uba ngoku kwakhiwa nacangu kwendlela kukwaze kudevelopeke indlela. Ndizawugqitha ke apho. Okona ke ndiza kuyo into yokuba njengele wakwaMnceda ngenye imini ndiyaphantsi ukugxothwa ngo-88 ubize abalimi bonke phaa eMthatha. Ndaske andanxiba suti mna. Wathi wena Jengele baphi nabalimi bebabizile. Kwathiwa nabo wathi manxiba isuti ndakhululeka. Namhlanje ke abalimi lo mbhemu ngumlimi sibafumana ezi-ofisini abasekho zilalini apho. Yona nto leyo endiyilwayo yonke imihla. Ndashiya ndibalwele phaa into zohamba zonke banazo. Enye into phaa esajonisi ndlovu yazwe kwakuza kwakhiwa ihaba phaa. Yaphela lapho lo plan uyayazi njengale lo plan. Yapha iphi mayibuye kuzoba kwi-smart city phaa. Kuzoba laa nto laa mbuzo wakho ubuphaa uveze ezaa nto ezantente phaa zibe phaa esajonisi. Ndisazawuthetha ndingagqiba. Enkosi.
Let me go here.
Molweni, nami ke ndingumzi wonke tiya ndingwalapha kule ngingqi. Bendifuna nje uwenza amafutshane ndithi sivile kwezithethi zonke, kwezi panels zonke ezingenileyo zithetha into enye, sine crisis. Sidinga utshintsha i-administration across the board. So mna bendicebisa uba into esinothetha ngayo kukuba sicinezelo apha eTranskei kule ndawo sikuyo singathini noba sihlangane sicreate i-platform. Ngoba xa kuvotwa silibala noba apha eTranskei kukho i-UDM ezazalwa apha sibona abantu abasithembisa into ezingekhoyo kwezi ndawo sikuzo. So ithi ke loo nto mna ndicinga uba masicreate i-platform esizoyilandela hayi basimane sigxeke ku-Eskom ngoba kwa-Eskom yi-administration ingxaki. Kwamasipala i-administration ingxaki. Okugqibela ndifuna nocela uba nesiXhosa sidevelophe xa kudevelopha izinto ukuze siphumelele eChina. iChina liphakama lithethe isiMandalini nase-Russia kuthethwa isiRussia kodwa thina sizicolonize oko ngesilungu.
I have to move to the other side, guys. I must be fair to everybody. Khona isandla kade simile lapha. Yes. Oh, kanti kwathetha.
mandibulise bahlekazi kumkani. Andizoba mde tata, ndifuna nje ulungisa into ekudala sixhensa phezu kwayo. Ndingaka njena ndileqise 20 ngoku. Andingomntana ncam. Ndikhulela apha kwecala kuthiwa yiTranskei apha eEastern Cape. Ndineminyaka ngoku eyi-20. Kuyathethwa apha kuthiwa enye yeengxaki zase-Eastern Cape utshilo Mthatha apha indaba ye-crime. Akho economy zawukhula kusekho i-crime. Now the point is that urhulumente akanayo impendulo ye-crime. Akuncedi into ofana sithi sakwenza ipetition. Akazuba nayo urhulumente isolution ye-crime. I-solution ye-crime iphethwe ngootata umdodana apha. Nala mama bethetha phaa. Nasi solution ye-crime. And singayanga ku-foundations. Funeka siqale silungise i-foundations zale province. Uba sifuna le province in a history enkulu tata because it produces some of the best leaders of the country. But today it is deteriorating to be the West. Now we need to go back to the roots. Ndicela undiphendule umzuzu ndifuna ukufundela indaba. Mfushane. Ungayifunda nangokwakho. Ithi le ndaba lena. Kukho history that we ignore. And this history is reflected in this book. Ndiqinisekile abantu abaninzi bayamazi uSK Mqhayi. ukho umuntu ongamrespecti umkhaya apha. Now umkhaya ubhale incwadi ityala lamawele, which is a true story. Kule true story kukho indawo esingazivizithiyo thina apho kufihlwe khona isolution yethu. Nansi zakufundela. Kuthiwa ngelifutshana amadoda ubhubha kakhulile kumalunga nexesha lokuqala kaNtsikana ubona imibono kwela kwaRharhabe. Kuthiwe lamadoda kufika amadoda amathathu ezobika umphanga kakhulile komkhulu kwakudala ngoko, this is 200 years ago. Athi lo madoda afika athi athunywe ubazisa umphanga kakhulile. Kuthiwa phambi koba ukhulile abhubhe uqale wanembizo nentlanganiso isithuba senyanga yonke engagulanga. Wabela usapho lwakhe, wayolela usapho lwakhe, wahamba waya komkhulu umhlekazi. Wafika kugula Mhlekazi, ndishiyekelwe inyanga uba ndibhubhe. Kodwa ndinomyalezo ndithunywe kuwona kuwe. Indawo yokuqala umzontsundu mawulahla ubuthi. Asikaqali kuloo ndawo. We've never visited that branch. Umzontsundu mawulahla ubuthi Mthatha sungxama. Wathi kukho amaxesha azayo ngaphambili nawosizi. Kodwa akhona namahle. Wathi kukho umfana azawuvela kwela kaRharhabe athethe into ezinkulu zophila. Kodwa ukuba kaphulaphulanga intetho yakhe izaba ukufa elizweni. Kuyasiwa namhlanje kodwa sibuyeli kule history. Waqhubela tata. Wathi ukhulile. Wathi kukho intetho yentombazana. Kunongqawuse lo owamchazeke kenzeki. Ozawuthetha izinto ezizawuzisa ukufa kwelizwe. Athi ekugqibeleni athi kuzawufika abantu abanqwela ziyephu bevele entshonalanga bephethe umqulu bengena ngolwandle. Athi lo mqulu selucokisa ukufunda kuba kuphasi kwawo unyuka notshona kwesizwe. Liyatshona ilizwe namhlanje sixhensa kwi-details zotshona kwelizwe right now, but you're not going to the foundations uba kutheni litshona ilizwe. Intsuse lapho ke tata. So ndicela uba singaphindi siwaste amaxesha sibe zinhlanganiso ezinje uba sizoaddress izinto zilo hlobo. Amen.
Good. Mama ufuna ukuthetha apha.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Umagcwaneni ke mina uSibewu sala kulandela. Ndisuka apha kwaLink futshana ndisuke kude. Into enayo ndithi man ke ndihlomle kwinto yefunding. Kuthiwe apha into ezokwenziwa kufuneke ujongwe iway forward uba kuthiwani na. Kunengxaki ke yokokuba kubekho into zokokuba kuthiwe ifunding kwaze yaphuma imali yefunding zibizwe pha TV ni millions zibizwa ngumasipala kodwa zisoze zize ebantwini. Ngoku ibekho ingxaki ke ngoku yokuthi abantu bazenze izinto zokwenza ii-applications ze-funding. Kubekho mna ndingumlimi mna apho ndigqile khona. Ndandiphangela kwa-agriculture apho kwathi xa kufika lo rhulumente wempucuko wawagxotha abalimi. Kwangabi wonke umlimi waresigna. As a result ke ngoku asazi uba kukho ntoni na. Ngoku into engxaki ke ngoku endithi mna mayikizanye ukusonjululwa kule nto esikuyo apha kukuba makubekho i-monitoring yezindawo ekumane kusithiwa kunikwa abantu i-funding. Ngoba uyawufumanisa into obiyaphuma kodwa iphumela umuntu ozawuthenga imoto ezifensi, umuntu ozawuhlala kakuhle endlwini yakhe ayihombise. Kungakhange kubekho follow up yokokuba laa mntu ebethe ufuna i-funding for ukulima. Then ke ngoku xa ebethe ufuna i-funding for ukulima sithini na ukulandela into yoba ulimile na? Ikhona nale nkukhu ebesithi uyifuyile, ikhona nale hagu ebesithi uyifuyile. Ayikho loo nto. Ndenza umzekelo ke kwakho into ebekuthiwa nguphesi apha ebimane iphumela abantu ivela apha kuloo government. Kufumanisa into yokokuba abantu abaninzi bayayifumana le mali kodwa ngabantu abangenzi into ngayo. Kulaa nto ebethe umntu ndiyathunga, ebethe umntu ndiyalima, ndiyafuya. Ngoku into endiyifunayo mna apha makuke kubekho i-follow up, i-monitoring kulo rhulumente ayikho. Yiyo le nto abantu bezawudla imali. Enkosi.
Thank you very much.
Siyeva. Ndizibulisele kuqala kumntu wonke lapha endlini. Kuvezile bhebhelele lona. Dilapha nje representing uSabTaco. SABTACO is a South African Technical and Allied Careers Association, which is looking at engineers, your QSs, and a panel discussion even interested kuyo la infrastructure duration. Ngoba into eninzi esibethayo komasipala, your government departments, it's by administrator, your technical people and politicians who are supposed to be supporting the administration and the technical people. Now, it's the politicians on top. Okay, now a politician has a 5-year lifespan. If ba une plan ngapha kwe 5 years ayizosozihambele ndawo. Ngoba kula 5 years kufuneke esikile ribbon ukuze afumane enye term. Ukuba ngoku uthi hayi nansi into ifuna ulungiswa. Ayisikise ribbon. You are maintaining what is already there. Uthi hayi lena use 7 years ukuze ukwazi uimplement. Ayisozihambele ndawo ngoba ayisikise ribbon. If ba ujonga baphandle khona indlela isandukwenza kusadi le yenziwayo ukhoma uthula uqale last year. I-planning yala ndlela and where it started ba kufakwe imali i-funding for engineers was started 7 years ago. Now elangeni ivaliwe indlela which is ivala i-economy yale district simply because there's no maintenance. Maintenance, you need to put money in. There is no ribbon cutting kuyo. So now the politicians have your technical people, your administrators also now have a short lifespan. Kutai contract, you're no longer a permanent employee. Now in these 5 years, what can I do? Zawusiki ribbon. There's many infrastructure up always lal. Taps are running dry. This unit from the a case day, 10 years back, what was spearheaded by the NMM at that time. Sasa zonke plans on how to fix Mthatha KSD as a whole. Wamko MM, zathatha zafaka shelfini, wajongwe enye into entsha. Besicela uba some bekhona indlela yokuthi hayi lento mayibheke phambili. Ingathiwa hayi kamgebe UDM. Kuzawuthi ukuthi hayi no man, ngoba i-politicians hayi kuba ngamathandazo, yaba ngabathanda mali.
Enkosi. Next.
Enkosi Mthatha, botata abalapha bonke, general, everybody, ndiyanibulisa, igama lami nguHani Lusi. Andizuba mde bantu abadala. Abe mahle abekiwe Vulisango. Ndizawuthi general nani botata enihlala nonke, Butsturu, anti-denonso pha eNantsikeni, kula country club. Ningayeki lento nenzayo, I'll tell you why ndisitsho. You must qualify into ungavela uthethe nje. Ngalo mzuzwane ndihleli apha njengoba ndithetha. Sikungene abantu abaninzi abelungu abafuna ukwazi ba iphi lento sikuyo apha. I-social media seyisinceda ngoku. Ndithetha nani manje ndizanixelela mina ngoku. uClive Berlin uhleli nami ngoku busy apha ku WhatsApp. Uba uzuthi uthi ndicela uzundifonele nathi igama le PA yami. Last time but bantu ukhona upha sasise Southern uthi senze izinto zisimila entoni izenzayo Vulisango nonke. Zange yeke ifoni yami ukhala ebusuku. Thatha ndaqhosha ngefone number yakho ba hayi madoda no manje ngamenzi cheap general. Ningayeki abantu abadala into enyenzayo befundisi ndikubona emfundisi kuwenu tata ohloniphekile. Ningayeki lento. And imandi is apolitical ayithi ntonto kodwa sizawuvota next year. Isabhoko sizawukhala asizubiza amagama sanga politics. Ningayeki general nini no.
All right.
Ya enkosi hlala ngaphambili andlovyezwe ndibulile naku general ndingumandla kayiga hlala ngaphambili. I think we trying to fix a country with a broken citizen. Sikhangela usolve lento but wonke umuntu ophukile. I think we need to go to the basics ba umuntu wakhiwa ngeyiphi system. Umuntu wayekhiwa efamilini. Sithe apha one of the things eyasiveza ngayo Eastern Cape kukuproducer i-leaders. ise calling esegazini lomuntu ongumXhosa loba limpondo. Leadership kulapha bekufanelekile ukuthi sine business schools apha ezine leadership courses. Bekufanele ukuba sinezikolo zokutraina i-traditional leaders, because everything falls with leadership. Nangoku sisoyikhangela kwi-politicians kanti bekufanele uba siyayakha family, sinyuke siye ezikolweni sitshintshe ne-curriculum bekutshiwo. Siyazi uba sine-business schools so that we can change the situation. As long sikhala apha sisiya kurhulumente asizoyifumana lento. I think we need to go and produce leaders. Dayazi NMU in a business school but not enough. We need to produce leaders for Eastern Cape so that sibene leaders ipatriot ke kuyifumane ingakhiwa ngefamily nibe ne family values. We need to build patriots. They are not there mhlekazi azifumaneki. Ndicinga uba mhlawumbi xa ihamba and let's follow the private space. Kukho abantu abane business abakhe business makwakhiwe even the private schools ezawuchanela izinto ezi zibangela uba ugeneral eze apha. Kubuza ifuna le education through the government akuzoyifumana. But let's use the private space to build other things. Enkosi mhlekazi.
Tata.
Enkosi mhlala ngaphambili. Igama ndingubangela Khambile. Umqwathi ngapha eNgcobo. Mna isicelo sam sesokuba masibe nezigqibo okanye resolutions eziphilayo. I-facilitators zale ngqungquthela zine conduct zethu. Sisuka kwizipesi ngezipesi ezahlukeneyo abanye zingcaphephe kulo macandelo. I-resolutions esizithathayo ngoku masiphile zingapheleli ukuba xa simkile apha facilitators irole yenu ke leyo. I-discussions zizawuqhubekeka. Okulandelayo singayanga kwela qhosha linomthunja asizuya ndawo. Kubhlungu ke ukuba ngeli xesha eligama lithi Transkei limane lifuna uvela. Masibe nayo i-Transkei Fund. I-AfriForum ziprogressa nje ininzi indlela efuneka sihambile ifuna imali. Maziphile izigqibo esizithatha inkosi.
All right.
Ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili. Kuthandikolo kaMthixaka azwele banze. Mzuzu nje mnye mhlali ngaphambili. Kuyavakala futhi kuyathethwa. Khaka anifundanga ke. Andiyazi noba okuthetha kodwa siyathetha kha andiyazi uba siyacikoza. Noba mhlambi ke siyachuleza. Kodwa into ebendizayitsho mna yethi kuyo yonke le nto siyithethayo kuthiwe asithanga thina kuthiwe amandla ngawethu. Now sithetha into ke ngoku ekuthiwe masiyithethe. Wathi komnye ethetha ngeenkosi wathi inkosi zinamandla kha ezingawaziyo uba zinawo. Now isukule ngeenkosini ilapha kuthi ke ngoku singabantu boMzantsi Afrika sinamandla mhlawumbe esingawaziyo uba sinawo. Xa kaloku bethiwe masithi amandla ngawethu kutheni singasebenzisi la mandla wethu ke ngoku uba sisuse oku kukhala ngoba kuyabonakala uba mhlawumbe ke sithi ke ngoku sithi urhulumente ngubani urhulumente okanye indoda enesiswa esikhulu okanye ngumama one-hips. Urhulumente sithi kutheni ke ngoku le nto singake sithi ngala mandla wethu sithi ngo-2024 lo ipremier izawuba yethu abe-Eastern Cape kulo nyaka uzayo. Kutheni singathi kulo nyaka uzayo ngoku sithi thina lo Mzantsi Afrika uzawuphathwa ngale ndlela ngoba sesikule mesi ingaka njena yile ngxaki yala qhosha lingenamthunja wonke umuntu ufuna imali nami ndifuna imali make siziphathe ke ngoku ngokwethu silawule ngumuntu esifuna kanye ngabantu esifuna basilawule ensingayenza ngomso lonto yenzeke enkosi.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the last person because we need to finish and go to lunch as well. There's a lady here who's been waiting.
Thank you so much, Tata. Sekubulisiwe nami ndiyaphinda ndiyabulisa. Kuthethiwe simamele siyabulela ngokuthethiweyo and sikunothile. Ndifuna ukubuyela mna pha ndiyayazi baphaya kuthethwa nge-infrastructure but ndilapha ko-rural development. Uthethile ukhona utata othethileyo nge-foundation. Iwari yami yeyokuba njengoba sithetha njenge-infrastructure nenye into nyani ikhona indawo esingafikeleli kuyo because iyafika i-infrastructure mhlawumbi sakwenza umzekelo mna ndingithembisa Sibiya ndizalwa kuGatyana. Ziyenziwa izinto ezenziwayo zikhona i-NGOs ezifuna ukwenza ezilalini ezikolweni. I'm part of that NGO. But i-question eyabuzwa ngumlungu owayefuna udonata kwi-development yesikolo ezawuzisa ii-tablets ezawuzisa intoni nentoni wathi i-security apha ithini. Wathi i-community yalapha isondele kangakanani esikolweni. Sanembizo, I was part of that imbizo. Sanembizo babephaya otata belali nomama belali nosibonda nayo yonke into. Ekuthetheni kwethu safumanisa uba ilali ihlakahlaka ithesa konakele elalini. Laa nto ithi umntana wakho ngowam yaphela. Ezinye inkosi usibonda wakhona uba khona and ndafumanisa uba it's not only laa lali yam ndizalwa kuyo but abanye ozibonda bakhona kodwa bakude nezinto ezenziwayo esikolweni. I-suggestion esayiwisayo apho yeyobana makhe ku-engage khona bethetha nge-youth makube khona i-youth mayisetyenziswe as foot soldiers. Ihambe iphinyele elalini imamele neemfuneko ezifunekayo zintoni emazenziwe yonke loo nto leyo and report. Kodwa ke apho ndifuna uza khona ke other than this lokhu kuhlakazeka kwelali it talks about immoral degeneration. Singazenza ezi zinto zonke kuthiwa mazenziwe apha but if immorals laa nto kudala kwakusithiwa kwezi scholars kuthethwe nge-collective conscience yaphela obabunye laa nto idibanisa i-community together to move together towards a solution ayisekho. Even ezilalini ubakho into eyenziwayo phaya for instance kwenye endingazuyibiza ngegama kwathiwa 10 million ikhona but i-10 million yokwenza indlela encinci usuka phaa uyotsho phaa ayikabonwa today because ngene ezipokothweni ndizohlala phantsi. Umhlaba phaya mkhulu mninzi awenziwanga nto. I asked kubantu abambalwa uba kutheni lo mhlaba kungasalinywa. Impendulo inye yoba siyalima into ethile kwa umbona phofu nami ndiyawubona because tatam wayenamasimi akukhuli nto. Now u-ARC ukhona uyekile uba sePretoria ukhona apha eMonti. Yintoni ebangela uba kungacelwa u-ARC akhuphe asebenzise even the foot soldiers phaa kwezi ndawo and test umhlaba ukuba yintoni elungayo emhlabeni ukuze kulinywe loo nto. Enkosi.
Enkosi, thank you for all your contributions. I think the bottom line, quite honestly, is that everything starts with us. Unless we change our minds, unless we believe that we have to drive the solutions, no one is going to come from anywhere else and help us. It's as simple as that. So we need to work on our conscience in terms of why am I allowing this situation to happen? Secondly, what should I be doing personally to do this? And how should I be organizing my fellow country people to actually solve these problems? But I promise you, no one is going to come and give you a solution. The solution is with us. All right, just to maybe end this session for now, we had a plan to talk about the education space and what needs to be done. Fortunately, we have somebody who is right in that space who can come and share some ideas with us for about 5 minutes or so, and then we're going to do something else and break for lunch. Thank you very much. Please come forward. Yeah, I've asked her to come forward here so that we can all give her the attention.
Mike.
Molweni. Is it fine now? Okay. Greetings to the King, General, and the leadership of various political parties. Let me just say all protocol observed. My name is Mthatha, and I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for research and partnerships as well as innovation at the University of Fort Hare. I was supposed to speak at the education, during the education panel, but of course I've been brought forward. And my expectation, of course, was that on that panel there were going to be also people from basic education, because that's where it basically starts. But I think without wasting time, I'll just touch briefly on what our contribution is, maybe 2 minutes. As the University of Fort Hare, I'm glad that there are people here. I heard from one of the panelists who is doing great work in the farming space, our own alumnus. And indeed, when one travels in the country and even globally, you find that there is somebody who studied from the University of Fort Hare. So indeed, this province has produced many leaders, and it is contributing to development. The question is, where are we now as a province? Just briefly on the contribution of the University of Fort Hare. Of course, we operate in the higher education space, but most importantly, there's a lot that we do in the basic education space, because we believe education starts right there. We've got the Nelson Mandela Institute for Education and Rural Development, where we partner with educators and learners in the province. There is also ECDC, which is the Early Childhood Development Center, of course, playing right on that space. But I just want to highlight one interesting project that we initiated last year, which is the calculator project. So research had actually indicated that in the Eastern Cape province, only, let me put it this way, only 34% of the learners let me just put it differently. let me put it differently, that so that we don't even, become pedantic about the numbers. Very few learners who study pure mathematics, the story about mathematics and math literacy. So those who study mathematics, many of them do not have calculators. And we keep saying the Eastern Cape is performing poorly in mathematics. How will they actually perform well when they do not have calculators? So we actually initiated a project that sought, first of all, to get a sample of schools and get some learners who are studying pure mathematics, and we provided them with calculators. And since the same research had also indicated that even the teachers who teach these learners themselves do not know how to navigate some of the elements in the calculator. So we had to bring in, this was last year, around 800 learners and put them in our sports complex. People who know that side will know how big that is. So we brought 800 learners who study mathematics and gave them new calculators, and we also taught them how to do it, how to use them. We also had a special session with their teachers. Of course, you can't put them in the room. And we are hoping that we are going to continue with that. We are talking to funders that, as our contribution towards improving mathematics in the province, this is what we want to do. Of course, the sample was the Amatole West district. But let's talk about broader issues. What we are seeing in the higher education space, and this is not just at the University of Fort Hare, but even nationally, is that more females are graduating. Of course, it's a good thing, but let's start to think. If, like last week, we had a graduation at the University of Fort Hare, and again, around 63% of our graduates were girls. Of course, we applaud that. But let's have a look nationally. Most universities report the same trend where there are more girls, like huge numbers, graduating, and also dropout rates that are high among boys. So the question is, what's happening to the boy child? So as we promote the girls as the higher education sector, what are we saying about the boys? Is there something that we are missing? And what can we do? And what kind of seed are we planting for the future? What will be the legacy of this trend? Last year we held a men's INDABA for the very first time at the University of Fort Hare. Of course, I didn't attend, it was a men's thing. But we are trying to say, let's have boys in one room, brought in people from outside the university, including traditional leaders, and the conversations continued. So we are trying to say, let's hear what the boy child is experiencing. Because it cannot be that we continue to applaud the other trend, but at the same time, we are not taking care of the other impending trend that's most likely in the near future will be an exploding bomb on society. We are also seeing a trend of, okay, I have a few minutes. Let me talk about the other stuff that I wanted to share. So what we are also observing at the university, and again, that is not just the University of Fort Hare, crime. The speakers talked about crime. So that then makes university life not enjoyable. We are also seeing a lot of corruption. And when some leaders in the space try to correct that, they are being shot at. So one then wonders, what society are we becoming where a university leader has to travel with bodyguards. It's unheard of. It's really unheard of. And therefore, as a society, I think speakers talked about the Sikh citizen, who is a very important brick in development. We are talking development here, which is all-encompassing. So if other leaders in the country are focusing solely on the academic project and seeing that their universities move upward, and we as leaders of the University of Fort Hare, in addition to pursuing the academic project and providing what's necessary for both staff and students, we also have to be looking behind our backs and ducking bullets. What are we as society saying? Just as my parting shot, there is a need again in the higher education space for us to embrace more. We are talking economy here, we are talking about development. There is a need to also inculcate entrepreneurship in the work that we do as universities, as TVET colleges. All education, we should even start in primary schools. I think it has been emphasized that the time has gone where we educate learners, students to be employed, to be room for those who will want to be business people, to be cultivated and contribute meaningfully to society. And economic contribution is very key. There's a lot that I could share, but I'll just stop there. I thank you, Program Director.
Microphone check.
Okay. Thank you very much for such an inspiring, also worrying view from the education sector. And if I listen to everything that is being said here, we're talking about crime, we're talking about values, we're talking about all of these things. I also come from the same environment. Where we live, we know who commits crime. Where we live, we know that somebody's son or daughter does that. We know who sells drugs. We know all of those things. But as citizens, we are not acting. We expect somebody to come from somewhere else and actually deal with those problems. We know who steals cars where we live. Yes, I admit we have, in many cases, police people that we cannot trust. But that doesn't give us an excuse. We need to actually get things done ourselves. So thank you very much. The issue is not just at university level or tertiary. We look at our basic education. It has not improved. We look at people that lead our basic education and our higher education, and the quality of the people just tells you that we're actually hoping for something that's not going to happen. So again, the power is with us as voters, the power is us as citizens to actually be active and act. I think that's the summary of this whole thing. All right, without further ado, I need to make a very important announcement, as General requested earlier as well. We are going to, after lunch, at some point, look at teams that are going to take this matter forward. And we request people who are prepared to assist, I know some have volunteered already, to come forward and talk to Mr. Williams there. Please give them your details, and if there is a special area that you want to contribute to, also if there are any skills or educational areas that you believe can assist, in those multi-skilled teams that are going to help take this thing forward. Please, Mr. Williams is sitting right there. Please give them your name and contact details so that we can actually work on that after lunch. Now, there is a video that we had promised in the context of the introduction given to us by General Olomisa that we would like to play. Please give us your attention.
That private property is private property, and every South African will retain his or her private property. And I think this assurance should be satisfying to those who possess houses, beautiful cars, and that sort of thing. We are only concerned about the commanding heights of our economy.
Operator witnessed a smash and grab in progress and immediately alerted Metro Police and SAPS. In the following seconds, however, the female driver was caught unaware and had to live through the same nightmare that has befallen many a motorist in recent years.
The thugs went through this main hall, took out all these cables.
The children were found in the pre-dawn hours of June 26th at the Enyobeni Tavern. The Eastern Cape Liquor Board has opened a criminal case against the owners of the nightclub for selling alcohol to minors.
The community of Hangi has described the living conditions as a health hazard. Flooding that has been caused by recent rain and an ongoing sewage spill is entering their homes.
We want to make plans for us. We have to sit in an empty class whole day, do nothing. We don't even get work. There's nothing available for us. Now, the exams are around the corner. We have nothing to learn. We have nothing to study. Nothing. So I don't know what's going to happen to our future.
Community of Bayele village near Ndlobo in the Eastern Cape is embroiled in a conflict that has led to the torching of 4 houses during the past week. There are seemingly 2 groups who are in disagreement about the appointment of the headman.
This near-death experience was captured on a dash cam. Fortunately, those involved lived to tell the story. 20 lives were lost on Eastern Cape roads during the Heritage Day weekend. More concerning for the department is that many of the deaths were pedestrians hit by vehicles while crossing the road.
The Eastern Cape has seen quite a spate of mass shootings in recent months. Just last month, 8 people were murdered in Wazakele Township. The horrific scene unfolded at a birthday party at the Sishuba residence when 2 men opened fire on guests. Now, since then, there has been several more shootings. Some say it's between groups fighting each other for tenders.
Look at the hospitals that we'll find ourselves. Look at Dorangis. How many years government has promised to make change on Dorangis? This is the way government has treated us. It is showing us that the government doesn't care for workers. All they want is for us to give them our strength, because remember, to them we're just a personal number. Once you die, your file is closed. They can replace you when they want to.
Need I say more? Yes, like one gentleman did say there, we know what the problem is. I would like us to think as we have lunch about the solutions that we can talk about after lunch. Lunch is being served at the main dining room on the left side of this area. Can we please be back at about 2:15, which is an hour from now? Please. Thank you. Again, those who would like to participate on those multi-skill panels, please come to Mr. Williams and leave your details. He's already taking details from others. Please.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Microphone check 1, 2. Microphone check. Microphone check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2. Microphone 1, 2. 1, check. One, two, one.
Okay. Hello. Khona ifoni yakhe osayimemezela. Can I start now? Is
Hello? Hello? Okay.
welcome back. Can we all be seated, please? Can we all come inside and be seated? Can we all be seated? Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome back. First, please close the door. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We're starting now. We are starting with a short input. We've been talking the whole day about what the youth can contribute to the resolution of all the issues that we have. Now I'm going to use this opportunity to get one of people from the Eastern Cape Youth Chamber of Commerce to come forward and just share with us the thinking of the youth as far as these issues are concerned. Her name is Annalisa Zono. Please come forward.
Abanibonileyo phaya ezitulweni beningathi ndiyatshiseka, more so because uninzi lwabantu abalapha endlini bakhala ngabantu abatsha, young people that need to stand up and do something for the benefit of this country. And the very reason ndinyanzele ndizamile ukuba ndibe kule ndawo ndibe ndiyathetha nani namhlanje, I was given this opportunity firstly by a young man from Edutyo, Mr. Ziphoziswe Mvunelo. He was one of the panelists and saw it fit that I were to take his place today. Eyona nto ingamandla ndoza kuthi endizawuqale ndiyithethe kukuba I thank you for ezi points ziveziweyo apha. Ndiyathanda uthetha isiXhosa ndiza kumixa kodwa ke ndikwelicala lalapha esiXhoseni. Kukuva into bana young people, we need to stand up. Ndiza kuyenza ibe mfutshane ingabikhonde nditsho ndithi ndikule ndawo ndikuyo, I for one have stood up. I did not stand up alone. I stood up with a group of young people from exactly this province of the Eastern Cape, which is an organization called the Eastern Cape Youth Chamber of Business. And I was fortunate and blessed enough to become the president of that organization. But where I am taking this, kukucacisa nto elapha ngaphakathi, that I think into bana wonke umuntu olapha ngaphakathi kule ndlu, mhlambi we know about it, we have seen it, umbuzo kukuba senza ntoni ngaloo nto. In that institution that I was leading as the president, singaphakathi pushing, sizama ukucreata amathuba for young people to be given a chance to govern, not only to govern, but to be given opportunities for them to change their lives. But there was one thing that I have noticed, ladies and gentlemen, was the political influence. The organization was not politically influenced. Remember, Ndichilo, it's an organization of young people, abasuka from various backgrounds. But unfortunately, kwiphondo lethu laseMpuma Koloni, we deal with situations whereby abantu abatsha bazama ukwenza izinto ngoba kaloku you need to be politically affiliated with a certain political party. If you are not affiliated okanye awaziwa ngabani, ingcango ziyavaleka. Is that okay? And ukuba kunjalo, ababantu basizeleyo, our parents, abajonge kuthi for undobana ingomso lelilizwe sikwazi ukulitshintsha, when the very people abadala esijonge kubo, whom are our leaders, siyazi mos leaders zethu noko zikhulile nto zakuthi akho nto ifihlakeleyo, sizibonile bashixiza besiya. But then Amathuba siwafuna kubo akunjalo. Sinkonkoza on their doors for them to give us opportunities. But unfortunately, abasinikez. And then it looks as if young people are not taking up space. We are taking up space. Created a gap. Yokubana, we do Eastern Cape Hustlers Awards for abantu base Eastern Cape. But I tell you today, my government, kange ijonge, kange yenzento, we make noise, we are there, we are visible, siyaziveza, we are able, we are eager, amandla sinawo to do these things. But unfortunately, each and every department or offices, there are gatekeepers. Kuthethwe nge-PAs, etc. ekufuneka kunqonqozwe kuzwe kutsho ukuze izinto zilunge. Not only there are gatekeepers, kunale red tape, kusoloko kusithwa it is being reduced. But unfortunately, akho nto yenziwayo ngaloo nto. The red tape that is there, ndisuke ezilalini, apha edutywa eNgxakaxa. Kunabantu abaninzi who are young, abanye abayanga esikolweni, not only young people but nabantu abadala. They want to do something to change their lives. But ngenxa yale red tape ibekwayo, practical examples enzaziyo, kuthiwa create a business plan. Unfortunately, that business plan must be viable, not just any business plan. Now, in this room, is there anyone who can tell me an uneducated person from Ezilalini uza kuyithatha phi i-viable business plan? Uza kuyinikwa ngubani? And even when they knock at a certain CIFA, CIDA, NYDA, you name them, ngokubuninzi balo, kuthiwa we're gonna give you a mentor, this certain person oza ku-assista. I will ask you again, imali yokukhwela enyuka esehla esiya kula office uza kuyithatha phi? Abe eze kule office ezokufuna the very same money that ifuneka khwele ngayo for these opportunities. And then again, we'll be having such meetings like this one today, and then we are discussing. Ndikwixesha apho ngase ndithi, gone are the times where we should be sitting and discussing ideas, discussing things that needs to be done, but ekugqibeleni azenziwa. This is the time where each and every individual in this room, siphuma apha, we are not discussing, but we are implementing. Implementing means even if nguwe wedwa who has to do it, yenze mntaseka, I do it myself. Andithethi into endimela kule platform ndingayenzi, ndiyayenza mna. And uninzi lwabantu abanokhangela uAnnelisa Zono, they will tell you I do it with or without any assistance. And up until each of us stand up, sifundu kuzenzela izinto without looking for the government assistance, without looking into bana makutshintshwe le constitution okanye ingatshintshwa. What if I chinchwa? Then what's going to happen? What if the crime esijongene nayo ngoku, it continues and it escalates, izinto azilungi? Then what? That means ekugqibeleni, those who see opportunities eziphakathi kwethu ukuthi kwizinto ofuneka zilungisiwe mazilungiswe, abemi bangaphandle bafikile eMzantsi Afrika and they took over. Bafikile, they created business. They are thriving today. While Tina as black, young people black, or tata betu no mama, we are queuing betuna for food parcels and grants. Ipondo lethu laseMpuma Koloni li famous. General was so generous to play us a video. We saw everything that was happening in Eastern Cape yethu. We are famous for being called the cutting edge province. Izawutshintsha nini lonto. So the reason I am here today, kukuphakamisa abantu bakuthi indobana utshintsho lwale province depends on us. And we need to start acting, not to discuss endless meetings, endless functions, but we discuss action. Once we start acting, we will see the results. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zono. You are hearing it from the horse's mouth. Young people want to be involved, they want to participate. However, they need leadership from us. They need assistance in terms of opening those opportunities for them to take part. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next panel, which is about lack of the rule of law, corruption, crime, GBV, lawlessness, stock theft, illegal drug networks, etc. The list goes on and on. The panel there would be Nkosi Unonkonyane, I believe Ambassador Gwadiso Ukhona naye, and I'm not sure if there's somebody from SAPS who can join the panel. Is there somebody from the S? Thank you, thank you. Just check the mics. Sorry, while we set up, there's a phone that was found around. Owner is here. They can come and fetch it.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. I think everybody knows me here. Oh. Ndingumzulwana kaGwadiso, ndinguDumisani Gama, inhloko yesizwe samakhonjwayo, umzulwana kaXhosa Maqhelu Maxhasa ilandela, umtsha wentombi zaseVillage. Kulapho ndizaba khona bonke. Nditshilo ngosiba igama lokuDumisani bathi Dumisani kwakwakhonjwayo xa bethetha nami. Le nto kuthiwe ambassador yinto uba ndake ndayiyo. Kodwa ke eneneni ndinkosi yokuzalwa. Thank you, General, for this gathering. The only problem here is that there is an elephant in the room which we are scared to mention. We are here because the government of the day has failed us. Few people are going to say that truth, because people get shot when they speak the truth. If that is the way I will die, so be it. This reason we are here is because this very government has let us down. First of the topics there is corruption. There is no sphere of government that has no corruption in this country. And everybody knows that there is corruption. The biggest problem is that we've accepted it as a way of life. That is the unfortunate thing. There's corruption in the municipalities, provincial government, national government, police, administration, everywhere. And how do we expect our grandchildren to have a bright future under those circumstances? I'm happy I see Abefundis up. We must tell the truth. That truth must be said. You know, recently I said to one person, little did I know how much an African person can oppress his brother or sister. And that is what is happening in this country. This country is governed by criminals. I don't know whether there is a political will to stop corruption. Nearly all ministers, their wives are in business and children, despite the salaries they earn. And when you see these things in the media, they soon disappear and nothing happens. If that is going to be like that with the leaders, what do you expect? I don't know who will ever stop corruption in this country. Mhlambe akakazalwa. Mhlambe akakazalwa. I don't want to waste time on that one. Take the example of the SOEs, these state-owned enterprises, SOEs. Look at the report, Kazon. How many people have appeared in court? And the source of this is something called tenders. Tenders. And there is no person who gets a tender in this country without buying it. You bring your invoice, that is what people tell us in this country. If you want employment, if you don't buy and you are a woman, you must sleep with somebody. I said this about this municipality when Mabuyane came and addressed the municipal workers here. Pathetic thing I was told by a girl from my area. That yababona tanekos lamantombazana sabenza apa engakhange idirect ilale naye ngengakhange imfuni abantwana babantu. That is what happens today. Crime. You can never expect crime to disappear under the present circumstances. I'm happy we have a colleague from the police. I wouldn't say police are the most corrupt people, but they are corrupt. They are corrupt. We have cases we can cite. Iwesintekula Savoy Hotel, kweza investigating officers pa. Iwes. How do you stop crime? Nakwa stock theft kosia. How do you stop crime in areas when people that are supposed to fight crime are the participants? That is the situation. I'm trying to save time. GPV, culprits family. When these children report abuse, family turns around and say, I might turn to a land. Sekuyiwe komkhulu kuthiwa hayi sivene. What nonsense is that? Families are the biggest culprits in the promotion of this gender-based violence. I'm sure all people here know there are instances that you know. Kuthiwa linyaleli asinako samhlaza ubani. And that person will never stop. It's my belief. Umuntu akwahlwengula akakaphinda yeke. The unfortunate thing, somebody suggested ukuba susi instrument leyo kudlwengula kuphinde ukhalaze kwa umama. Hayi human rights ayikunalunga. Unfortunately. Yabangabo kuqala who are complaining that no, that is too much. You know, sometimes you teach it's a good thing, because you never know ubakanti eyona nto right is aba yeyiphi. stock theft I've already mentioned. Bafila abantu ngenxa ye stock theft. Fortunately, I think a week ago, bekuvele a TV what is happening in the border of Lesotho and Manfletch. But a point is that there are cases I can cite where people izinto zabo zichona zazuba zibheke unit ekuthiwa stop theft unit. Iziphatha manje ezikhoyo apha kuyafuneka zike zi-attende loo nto leyo. Illegal drug and networks. Very, very funny. I've never seen this. That the economy of the backbone of the economy of this country is going to be utywala. You look at the number of ship-ins, the number of taverns, as next to the schools, next to the clinics. Now, if you put a ship-in next to the school, who are your expected customers? Other than Abantwana Beskol? That is what is happening. And there was this lady here, Yewalika board, irrespective of what you say as a traditional authority, she will issue licenses. And because that is what this government has created. Now, tell me, if the government does not know that there are drugs that are being sold in this country. Here in Mthatha, the drug dealers will say, be careful of so and so. Uchama police with drug dealers, be careful of so and so. That is what we are going through here. Now, what is the solution? It's for us to stand up and say enough is enough. Whether sichonge voting or whether sichonge action, because golokhulumende iyayithandile abantu abamatshayo. Sibadala ke ngokunaki. Wesike akongozi ngangam kangaka ngathi yo match. But all the same, we need to do something about it. Otherwise, there is no future for your children and your grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ikam mwe. Wanonkonyana. Inkosi yangapha mampondo.
Into kamala ipheli.
Inkosi nyelalini yayo. Ndifuna ukuthi ke inkosi yamabhala jikelele emhlabeni. Ndiphinde ke ndithwalise uxanduva ngamakhosi into yokuba ndibe ngusihlalo wombutho wekumkani nenkosi zelizwe ezimanyeneyo eMzantsi Afrika kwaDiphola. Okokuqala, I think I must thank you, General, and all those that conceived this idea that we need to converge here and discuss this issue honestly and candidly, but with a view to find a solution and a way forward. I must also thank Mthatha and all those that saw fit to really assist the process. And thirdly, those that spoke before me, all of them, I'm very, very pleased because they said what I was here to say. And therefore, I can only say in appending the royal seal of approval, I agree with all of them. Ubulsango has dealt with the question of crime and everything else. I agree with him 100%. We have got a problem. The problem, fortunately, General and Ubulsango and all those that were with us before the advent of democracy, we attended certain fora, Kotesa 1 and Kotesa 2, that failed. They failed precisely because Amakos, traditional leaders and royalty were not there. The people that were robbed of land and governance system in this country before the colonials came were not there. We had to knock at the door. And our own movement that was formed by our forebears, together with the National Party, decided that no, we must justify by establishing a commission under Reverend Mohapi from Free State. And we then made a point that governments will come and go. The institution of traditional leadership in South Africa and Africa and the world will continue to exist. And that was why, therefore, some forum without a name, multi-party, was established. And thank also General Olomisa, who was in charge of Transkei at that time. We were part of that delegation to go there to be able to participate. But the point I'm trying to say is that having agreed that the Constitution must be adopted by a constitutional assembly and must entrench the system of governance of Africa, the traditional system of governance. But they did not do that in Cape Town. That is the problem. We're going to cry. And the mischief is that law, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It has entrenched the foreign legal system. Our own African system is junior to what you call Roman Dutch legal system, the so-called common law of South Africa. Where is Dutch in South Africa? Where is Rome in South Africa? I've been asking, but there's nothing like that. We said we are in Africa, and our own African legal system must reign supreme. But we failed. That is why Contralesa objected to the certification of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And fortunately, that is reported in the law books in South Africa. Having said that, it was now clear that the government that was supposed to set us free subjected us to a foreign system of municipalities, wall-to-wall municipalities. We fought that battle. And myself and all our kings, including the grandfather of His Majesty King Namase, we objected when they were going to have the municipal system for the first time in this country. We went to the High Court, and that judgment is also recorded. Because we failed, having failed, but the judges, full bench said, well, we're not going to give you cause against you. Quite clearly, it was a political judgment. It was not a legal judgment, because if you fail in court, you must pay costs. But the government was told to pay us costs, although we had failed. And which means, therefore, it was quite clear that's the problem. That is why these municipalities are going to continue to fail. Myself and Nkosi Kwadisa, when we established the House of Traditional Leaders, we said we are going to assist the municipalities to fail. Because there's a foreign system that is here to suppress the people. You can go to King Sabata Hall here in the municipality. Inkanunu are still there that killed Gagelizo children. You go to King Williamstown, it's the same. Well, these people who are mayors, troikas, are agents of that system that killed our forefathers. That's why they are killing themselves. In KZN, Morana Commission had to be established because they are there to kill themselves. Even in the Eastern Cape, they have done so. They started in Port St. John's. They killed another because that councillor was honest. Here in the OR Tambo, somebody, many of them have been killed. One ruthlessly in Port St. John's with a girl from my hometown in Flagstaff. Clearly then we've got problems. What must we be done to do away with the Constitution of the Republic? It must go. Because there's no way that we can go anywhere. Having said that, in 2000, when President Thabo Mbeki was the president from this Eastern Cape, and Umntanenkosi uJacob Gedleyisekisha Zuma as the deputy president, we presented our concerns again. And they agreed that there's a problem, it must be amended. But up to now, it has never been amended, this Constitution of the Republic. What followed is Halima Mthatha, who called us tin pot detectors as traditional leaders in this country. And we fought as traditional leaders. The president now, Umatamela Ramaphosa, then said, no, let us call these traditional leaders. And fortunately, I was called to lead a task team. We again had that task team. We said, what must be done in this country? Amend the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Let the powers and functions be vested in traditional institutions. Has it happened? He said it was going to happen in 6 months. His 6 months, ever since 2017, has not come. Because ever since 2017, we still have a problem. Because the question of the judiciary, the traditional courts, where are they? The traditional policing that I launched as the chair of the House of Traditional Leaders some 4 years ago with Bheki Cele in Ngadu Great Place, where are they? The lawlessness continues. I'm one of the victims, you are one of the victims, all of you. I don't have a son who was a lawyer. He was killed here in Mthatha. It has not been detected to date. Nobody has been brought forward. I had a car. That car was taken when I was attending court. I then said, police, please, I heard that this car has been seen here. They didn't. But one wise person said, "Course, it didn't pass 1 month, my car was back." That is the situation in which we find ourselves. That is why, therefore, I agree that we need to stand up and we need to own our independence. Otherwise, we are going to have a problem. And in rural areas, in my area, I've got Meisi Senior Secondary School, and it was passed, but what Kosi was telling about the Shibin, there's a Shibin a few meters away. Who approved it? The liquor board. Was Traditional Council consulted? No. Did the people not stand up? They did. I submitted the petition. they've not done so. I have decided to close them by force. I said they must then take me to court. And what I'm trying to say, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, is that thank you very much. I think we will emerge from this with a clear plan to really to reclaim our independence and to fight against all those crime and lawlessness. But we start with the Constitution of the Republic, and all else will follow. Wathi ke omnye umuntu hayi Nkosi Nonkonyana sukhupha itakane lehagu ekadini. Khupha unina. Bye bye.
In saving time, Dingu Kennel Ngangula, my police official, and based up at PRD. I'm here on behalf of General Tsakyana, whom unfortunately could not attend. The issue of law, I feel it's something that we often neglect or put behind, of which it's an error on our part. Any society that is not governed by a strong law is a spineless society. Then, therefore, we should revisit our thinking and the way we structure things. A typical example, in terms of the agenda, we are panel number 5. All the panels are important, but we are panel number 5 that speaks to law. And that very law is the source of everything else, but it always comes in the middle. I'm not complaining, but I think that we should revisit that. Everything that has been spoken about comes back to the issue of law. Now, there is one thing that is common that I think the whole House agrees on, is that we cannot abdicate the responsibility of enforcing law to certain individual or government organs. We are the government. We should own the space, eliminate the fertile ground in which crime exists. And that cannot be done by anyone else but ourselves, so that we can be able to have a country that can prosper in security. I said in comment to Umdanekazi, the comment which you made at the beginning, which talks to the issue of addressing the lacks or the impediments which you find within our laws, has closed the meeting. Now, let's talk about corruption. Corruption, again, does not begin with the high-ranking officials. It begins with your ordinary man in your rural areas, in town. We need to reverse that by owning the responsibility of addressing things that are not correct or that are illegal. Almost by law, we are almost all here corrupt. Each and every one of us here knows a criminal. Majority of the people here would attest to knowing or witnessing to a crime. But what have you done about that? It's because, I thank you, ma. Thank you. That is what we need to change. We are dying in isolation because of the fear that we have. Because noba ungaphinde mna ndilipolisa ndiyochaza into kubana ibingubani lo ndixelele lento, it becomes immaterial because what you have said, you chose to be the martyr in your cause, which is the right cause. And we lack that. And unfortunately, criminals are utilizing that very space. Not defending corruption and the lack of delivery on the part of employees of government. But what I'm saying is that we should not disown or abdicate the responsibility to implement law. Law is for every one of us. In passing, I want to touch on the role and the responsibility of traditional leaders right into the council currently. It's a question that I will pose. Do traditional leaders truly understand their role and responsibility within the council, which is the base for making laws and implementing laws? If not, I think it is quite important that they then should be capacitated. If they do they really have executive powers with regards to making decisions in those platforms? If they do not, then we should channel away in facilitating that they do have powers in the environment in which they are sitting. Henceforth, the concept of traditional policing, which is a very important and on paper very powerful and can change the scope of law within our country and within our societies. But it needs to be thoroughly checked. Passing. The economy, which also runs directly to law also, or the development of the young people or businesses, we cannot really have a development if we do not have strict laws, if we cannot implement the law in a chain. The police officials, which we perceive to be corrupt, all our jails are more than 50% overpopulated. Who sent those people there? Then we need to look into what is it that we can do better. Let's not end it with just the police. You have your prosecution, you have your justice. They all form part of that chain. You have people that are arrested for stock theft, for corruption. Where do they end? Do we have the accountability for them? In going a bit fast, there is also a concept of spiritual crime prevention, which speaks to the fundamental and quite important role which spiritual services can play. And if the spiritual side can come into that concept and play a role in it, there is a big difference which can be made. The doctrination which was there that changed the minds of the people from what they were could also be used again in benefit of the very same people. We need to own the space. Lastly, the issue of resourcing. If the SAPS, the communities are not well resourced, we will continue to struggle in terms of fighting crime. More especially on the side of the former homelands. The resourcing needs to be upgraded, and the only people that can champion that are ourselves. And policing and investing in policing depends not on money, but on ourselves. If we give time, that will pass here where you live. If we can champion that we have a street committee, championed by yourself, you take a bit of your time, we do patrols, there is a huge difference which we can make. That is not abdicating responsibility, but that is taking up responsibility and using the little that you have to best benefit yourselves and the future generation to come. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you to the panel. Thank you for all your inputs. Yeah, quite startling. And I think the main message that we are getting here is that, which we've been repeating, we have to solve this problem ourselves. We have to. We can't rely on people coming from somewhere else to solve our problems. So we need to think differently. The other thing is, it becomes clearer and clearer that our problems are actually systemic. Once things are systemic, they need real thinking, and they almost need a revolution. A revolution means some people are going to sacrifice their lives fighting the system, which is what you're saying. But if we are scared, we are not going to solve these problems. All right. Okay. Because everybody hates me here now because I don't give them a chance to speak. I'm going to take 2 here, 2 here, 2 there, and 2 there. Right.
Thank you, sir. Manpinen Bui. Mhlekazi ndi taxpayer. That's the first thing. The role I pay over 4 taxes. Eyokala, personal income tax, that ranges over 25%. Kwabanye ofika ko 40. The second tax I pay is VAT, value added tax. I pay it xa ndothenga groceries. Ndithengela ibhatalana ngumntana ngekazalwa ebisini. The third tax I pay is fuel levy. Xa ndogalela ipetrol, I pay fuel levy. The fourth tax I pay is vehicle licensing annually. Xa ndiyoyibhatala ndidlula kwi-sewerage nendlela emdaka ndiyobhatalela imoto. Abanye abakwi-business babhatala i-corporate tax. These more than 5 taxes, they expect the services to be rendered by a person that I've entrusted in government to give me the service. One, protection. Lo mntu ndimbeka phi to lawmaking, which is the legislature, and the National Assembly, and the council. And then you expect me ndimtitshala okanye ndingunesi. You expect me to take a responsibility of making sure that services are taken to people. You expect me to police. So apho ndiyakhona mhlekazi, ndibuyela back into okokuba we are not just here to give solution. We must understand that we are in a revolution to remove people who do not give us services. Land ibithethwa ngumhlekazi esithi i-shift might change. We can't be tossing around. If the ANC government is failing us, we need to seek an alternative. That is what we must discuss when we come out here, that what are the alternatives we need to have in the process of waging a revolution. Thank you.
And what's that? Mama?
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Xa nithetha ngolomcimbi we-corruption phaya more especially phaya ku SAPS nindiphathe emanyeni. Mlingumama osuka ngapha enqadu kulaa mhlaba kwaGcaleka kodwa ke ndideployiwe ukuba ndiyoba inkosi phaya usuka ngo-2021 ndihlangene ne-corruption. Oko ndithe ndafika phaya bendiqala mna ukubona into yokuba kukwazeke ukuba kutshintshwe i-statement somntu abone i-case yakhe ingaye court, athi xa efika phaa kulaa office yabatshutshisi afika afundelwe i-statement sakhe kuthiwe uyasiva nawe uba asifanelanga ubheke court, ayithethi le nto uyithethe apha. Kanti sitshintshiwe, ii-cases zide zambini, enye icase ye-assault, enye iye yomntu oye wagrumba ingcwaba lomntu, then satshintshwa i-statement. Siye sancedisana ke ziqalelwe ezo cases. Kwenye icase yemeda yalo nyaka kupheleyo ufika umntwana wale victim, kukho iqweqwe lodwa, there's no docket inside. Didibene ke nento enjalo. Amanye amatyala ayacima kuthiwe insufficient evidence, bengakhange babizwe aba bantu bebemangele. Siyileke kwi-ofisi ephaya ku-district office ayokhalaza sithi kutheni le nto singabizwanga, sifika kusithiwa ityala selicinyiwe. Kambe ke kukho umcimbi otshisa ibunzi phaya kwagcaleka, umcimbi wolwaluko isoloko ingumbhodamo usuka ngo-2021. Urhulumente usinika i-document apha athi Initiations Act, siyayifunda ke siyayilandela. Kuthiwa amabhuma mababe semthethweni babe ne-permit. Sikhalaze ke kuba ibhuma likamnumzana ubanibani li-illegal, akana-permit. Iye ecourt kuthiwe insufficient evidence. Sibhene kwi-district itshintshe i-investigating officer, ithi yawugqiba itshintshe i-office leyo natsika yabatshutshisi ise egcuwa. Iphinde ibuya back isithi insufficient evidence. Ndibuza ke kutheni nisithi insufficient le evidence? Because i-office yolwaluko itshilo ithi akakho kwi-database, akana permit lo mntu. Siyileke nakwindlu yenkosi asikafumani into ku-local naku-provincial. Enkosi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nguvuka lo uphasiya. Kenelo ndizawungqala kuwe. Sine police station apha. This police station has been in existence for something like 5 years. Le police station yake yasebenza for almost 3 to 4 months, and ke ilenza kenyana uncedo bantwini because umuntu wayisithi xa ifuna uyocertifya angayokhwela itaxi pha nge-10 rand yocertifya nje idocument eyi-1 because babezenza zonke ezo nto ezo. Le police station isekhona nangoku, yakhiwa kwathiwa rhulumente nantsi i-police station by our late brother. Up to this day, the police station, akukho kwa van, akukho kwa mapolisa, instead ngoku siyabona ngoku iso-rescue no-vandalizwa, and ise-businessing imhlobo wam, siyasifuna esa space for enye into thina xa ndingayifuni la police station. Okokugqibela, mhlekazi wam, phaa eTranskei Quarries, ukusukela izolo we have not been operating, i-business ivaliwe. Namhlanje it's the same thing, and the gay community it is saying makuze i-management ke sturu abantu abadla ngodilishana nabo, and xa sithi makabalisa amapolisa athi hayi akazungantsika akazuphumelela. Enkosi.
I'll come back.
Thank you so much, facilitator, and kwinkosi nokumkani nabo bonke abantu bakhoyo apha. Ulesta Pete ligama lam. I am the CEO of the Dan Pasia Foundation. What Uvuka Pasia is talking about, that has been a generous donation of the Dan Pasia Foundation for community development and community safety. This is what we have to go back home See, understand. When that police station was built, we consulted extensively. What are the specifications of an ideal police station? We went through that exercise. Before it was even constructed, we were given a template. For it to be declared a real police station, it has to meet the following standards. Money was spent and effort until it was officially received and accepted by the national minister and the provincial commissioner of police. There was a huge festivities that were here, officially handing over, and all that was in the foundation's mind. What do we do to bring safety and comfort to our rural people? It is so much heartening us to hear that on a daily basis, crime iyenyuka in an area where the foundation has provided a solution. Now, when you hear people talking about bringing better life and all that, it just becomes so rhetoric. What do you mean? When a community and a responsible citizen has stood up to say, here is the solution to the problem that is destroying our communities. And to date, government was given that for free. Number two, paying no rental on a monthly basis, paying no electricity, paying no water. But today, it's a white elephant. There it is there. Not used by anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One more, I'm coming there now.
Thank you, Program Director. Ngulungelo Mpongwana lo. Umele iKSD Business Development Forum. Ukufa kusembizeni kulento sikuyo. Ingxaki mhlawumbe ndiqale kule ndawo ethi lento ye democracy mhla yayi-introduce okanye yayifika kuthi sacinga into yoba kukuthatha usana ulahla amanzi nosana yonke loo nto. I think that was the mistake we made because xa sasicela abantu uba mawasikhokhela sasingathi mabenze noba kanjani mos idemocracy ivumela into yoba kwenziwe izinto ngokwelungelo labantu nangendlela abafuna ngayo. But unfortunately sikule situation sikuyo ibhokoxe ujongiswe ezantsi. That is why kunje. But secondly, the other issue kule nto related kule nto ye-crime lento yongaparticipate kwabantu ekuhlaleni kuqala ndiyayingqina laa nto ibithethwa ezi-street committees ba oba abantu mabaparticipate because urhulumente okhoyo uthi sithi mos urhulumente izinto zijula kuthi uba sicinga uba le nto ye-crime sizayilwa sodwa it will never work. Funeka sisebenzisane sonke sidibanise namapolisa so that sizokwazi uyilwa. Umzekelo apha eMthatha andiyazi into esihlala kuyo ndanoba siseMexico. Ndikhe ndabukela ifilimu gqithi mos ifilimu eMexico akhotsotsi ungekhoyo. Akho syndicate ingekhoyo apha eMthatha. Zii-drugs, ngamakhadi, yintsangu, ziimoto, ziitaxi. All of these are syndicates and there is nothing eyenziwayo ngaloo nto. Ndiye ndibuze, I mean, how can umntu ongaclearishwanga, ndiyazi ke laa term yapha yokuclearisha umntu nemipu ye-ballistic test, abantu bagadwe ngamadoda, umntu agadwe ngamadoda ayi-40. I think that is wrong. These things, they need to be regulated. We need to stand up singabantu bale ndawo siyinqande laa nto. If ayenzeki ngolo hlobo sizawuenda apha sinemikhosi emininzi imikhosi lapha edolophini. Abantu bangena ezivenkileni zabantu banxiba ibharaklavu, akho mntu unqandayo. Bathatha izindlu zikarhulumente, akho mntu unqandayo. Laa nto yenzeka kulaa building ka-ECDC yenziwa deliberately. Kwenzeka ukuba izithengiselwe omnye umntu nge-2 cents. It's rotten, iphelile, kugcwele impuku neentaka zihlala phaa. So these are the things ebekufanele uba siyazinqanda sinebhongo ngazo. Enkosi.
Emaphoyiseni Basically, they are saying you are arresting the wrong people. The leaders of these syndicates are not being arrested. So everything goes on.
Enkosi Tata. Ukuza apha kuwe Colonel. NdinguMiss Madikizela. Ndikhomkile kakhulu nani, I'm sure ndiyinerve. Xa usithi corruption ayikho emapoliseni ndicela ukuphikisa. I've experienced it. I've been threatened ngamapolisa ethunyelwe ngo-10-111 ngecomplaint yam. Kwanceda bakuphuma umama azi. Endiconfronta for fighting i-rights zam. Ndiyanqinela xa usithi siluluntu we need to contribute because we have lost moral value. Laa nto ukuthi xa ntoto yanditshisa esitratweni ndiyayimosha indlela. Laa nto yoba ndiyohlala phambi kwendlu yabantu ndikhuphe i-camp chair ndisele abantu babhatala i-rates pha niyabangxolela and sikhulisa abantwana xa seninxilile niya-misbehavior phaya abantwana babona ii-private parts zenu umuntu ongumama achophe esitratweni umuntu ongutata my child zange ayibone i-private part katatakhe but uyayazi because uyibona kootata abachama phaa phambi kweyadi yasekhaya kubekho izindlu zoo-public works neentoni but ndizibuyele ndingalahleki ndiyafuna ungqinana nawe ndithi sendivana nawe but because ndistadishile into yamapolisa ndine-engage from 2017 up to now. We have come to a point kwenye groups endikuzo sinazo ii-footages kudala sithetha nabaphathi bakho ndithi ukhole umphathi lo wakugeneral ndiyathetha nayo sikavala ifowuni alale yet at that time thina we are at risk abe amapolisa e-involved ayatsho wona ngomlomo kuba ingxaki ipha umbuzo wam kuwe ithini isolution yenu kudala ndiyibuza nde ndiphendula I hope uzayiphendula because mna ne-organization yam sifuna uchallenja into yobana ku-investigate amapolisa la a-corrupt because for as long ukho i-corrupt police akusezokubekho security kuba nala asebenza nawo ayoyika asikacela ususwa kule department inalo mntu u-corrupt and seemingly niyabamamela bona mna na-rights pha Mthatha instead xa kusiwe ezi-meeting ndiyamanejwa because apparently ndi-vocal kufuneka kuthiwe mandizichaze igama so that everyone knows uba ngubani uthethayo but I'll keep on fighting because security yingxaki apha Mthatha and ndiyathreatenishwa mna qala once kube kwingxolo andisakwazi ulala after that because I have to guard my child and my mother so ndicela uyiphendule into corruption. What are you doing ngamapolisa? Siyasebenza sincesana nathi kule yam organization but nina there are a lot of corrupt police. What are you doing?
Last one.
Enkosi Mhlali ngaphambili mandibulele side sabonwa pha ngemva. Ikumkani ezikhoyo inkosi ezikhoyo general nabaphathi bonke nabaseburhulumenteni. Mandibulise ngale njikalanga mina ke ndiyile nkosazana yakwamajeke ngapha kuqumbu emahlungu kenda pha eParliament ndisiwe ngugeneral ne-UDM sacinga ba noko ikhona into esingayenza enkulu kodwa ngenxa yokuba amanani mancinci sibethwe ngamanani amakhulu noba sithethe into evakalayo ndingayanga kude ndifuna uthetha nenkosi zam ezi ingakumbi uNkosi Nonkonyane lupha kulandlu kubuhlungu umhlekazi ukubona imihlaba yasezilalini ithathwa ngabantu bokuhamba estrateni asisakwazi uhamba apha phambi kwakwa tatudeni ukudlula ukuyotsho kuzo zonke ezindlela kugcwele izitena andani noba bangakanani abantu abathenga izitena abakhayo the whole area ukuphuma eMthatha ukubetha isibangweni konke kugcwele izitena both sides but when you trace ucheckisha into ba kuthengiswa izitena zodwa but ufunyanisa uba there are a lot of drugs ezithengiswayo now apho ndiza khona ke Mhlekazi njengoba uphethe inkosi ndicela uthethe nenkosi ndagqibela mna ke inxiwa xa umuntu engasalifuni libuyiselwa komkhulu inzela uba ikomkhulu libone uba lilithini na ngoba ngoku into yenzeka ingathi kuthengiswa amanxeba ezilalini athengiselwa into bokuhamba andinqweneli ke Mhlekazi ubona i-situation empha eHillbrow apho abantu base-South Africa bebalekile edorophini ngenxa ye-foreigners because they are in majority. I wouldn't like to see apha ezilalini kusenzeka loo nto, and abantu abanosincedisa kuloo nto nini Mhlekazi, nini Khonjwayo, nini Mntanenkosi, ngoba imihlaba noma urhulumente ucinga uba yeyakhe, iinkosi zabakho neekumkani phambi kwesirhulumente. Ayisozijike ke loo nto ke Mhlekazi. So ninamagunya, ninamandla phaa kulaa contralesa sanukuva ngokuviswa ngurhulumente. Nini ekufuneka nibe above the government, not government to be above you. So ndiyacela imihlaba yasezilalini bayiprotecteke, ngoba xa bebuya kulaa ndawo babuya kuyo ababuyanga basinika umhlaba, babuye basinika umbane ongekhoyo namanzi angekhoyo ezilalini. Isicelo sami ke Mhlekazi, thetha nenkosi, le mihlaba isaseleyo mayingabisanikwa ama-foreigners. Enkosi.
Enkosi mama. Yeah, this is a very heavy topic, but I have to bring it to an end, and I want the panel members now to take 30 minutes, 30 seconds each. We're coming to your panel now. 30 seconds each. Don't answer every question. Give solutions in a short form that you believe should be considered. Not that come from you, but they should be considered.
Thank you very much. Quickly, one, I would like to emphasize as a solution, we cannot abdicate a responsibility. Once we abdicate a responsibility, we will fail. It's our responsibility. Let us take responsibility. That is one. Sala kuphathwa, mama. The issue of corruption and the issue that there is a distortion in those statements, continuously make a follow-up on the vilek and empendulo within your comment. Ethi ngoku kuyilandelela sideske sasifumana isombululo kulo mcimbi. In the SAPS you have a complaints desk. One, you have IPID that is there to investigate i-conduct yamapolisa enxamnye nomthetho. You cannot stop doing what is right. Nobiya kusokolisa na. The issue of being threatened, bazali bam, you will continuously be threatened because the interest is it was fun. Utsotsi uzokuthreatenisha. And if you are going to subside ubuye umva ngenxa yokuthreatenisha, akazuphelele ekuthreatenisheni kuphela. He will go further azothatha izinto ezizakho ushiye kuze. Bhetele ulwe ngale usenayo. Andithi thatha lo mthetho ezandleni, kodwa yilwa ngale unayo. Mandize kuweta tuphasiya. I will take up Tatuvuka. I will take up the issue and give you a feedback into kubana what is happening or what happened to the building that was built for the purposes yoba may occupy ngamapolisa. But let us be mindful, I alluded to this, the issue of resources. You may have a building and not have a vehicle. Have a vehicle, not have personnel. Those are some of the issues that may be at play. But be it as it may, I will go to my authority or my principals, make inquiry, I will give a feedback to yourself. Before I leave, I will take your contacts. Arresting of wrong people, it was passed as a comment. It is very rare that wrong people would be arrested. The taking up of a responsibility, many robbers within the CBD of Mthatha in the chain stores have been arrested. And the worst part of it, when we go to court with the witnesses that are ought to give evidence, they retreat. Now the process of justice does not end with the police. You have been arrested, you must go and appear in court, you must be prosecuted, you must justify yourself, and so forth. We must remove the mentality that he has been arrested, then he is released. We do not release any people as police. The NPA makes a decision, the judge makes a judgment whether a person should be released or not released. And that we need to accept. Perhaps public education programs have to be heightened on ourselves as police so that we can get a thorough understanding of how the processes work. Thank you very much.
The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa continues to be a problem. The rights of criminals are entrenched in the Constitution. And if you make a statement, the lawyer who represents that criminal must be given that statement. You expect the prosecutor to win that war. If you have got an enemy that knows that you have got 5 rounds of ammunition, do you think he or she will be stupid not to calculate that you have got 5 rounds of ammunition and win? That's the problem. The corruption in the police are there, but there is another secretariat that was placed by our Constitution, which we supported. But what are they doing? Because the docket, you are entitled to access to that docket and then plan. By the way, in another head, I'm a criminal lawyer. I lose the case that I want to lose. Because if I prepare thoroughly with my client, I will get that client off. Why? Because of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which we warn them. Let me pass that. Then come to my the question of the land. Thank you, Mthatha. You know, this thing was raised by the late King Yamakosa Uzwelonke, because this issue is the issue that we needed to attend to, because the 13% of the land is the land that was presented or was protected by our forebears. But the government says, no, you don't have a land. We're fighting with Pluma. The municipality said they have got the land, the government said they have got the land. So, which means therefore that the sacrifices that were made by our forebears is not according to them. But nevertheless, what we have done in the House is that let us present a study and then bring this, because the corruption that was there is still there, even amongst ourselves. We cannot deny that. But that must be dealt with if and only if the powers are restored to kings and all traditional leaders in terms of their rank. As you know, the people themselves, because we cannot allocate any piece of land without the involvement of the people in terms of our own law. But because of this, every team, Tom, Dick, and Harry is in charge. Naturally, there's this chaos that foreigners are actually in charge of that land. Lastly, the houses that you think that they are toothless bulldogs. They don't have power. As of 1996, we then had a commission by Olomisa on the question of the initiation. We had stringent things that must be followed. What the government said? No, because we said that customary practice must be administered where it belongs, in the homes of traditional leaders with the communities themselves. But the government took it to the Department of Health first. Now it is with COCTA now, and people are continuing to die. But many people then think that it is the traditional leaders. It has nothing to do. It is advisory. Even those that are sent to the municipalities, they don't even have a voting power. They are just warming benches there. That is why, therefore, I think we have got a problem. That let us take this pig and its piglets out of the system, and then begin to have a system that can really address our own concern.
Thank you. Quick one. As far as the police is concerned, people have lost trust. Police have got to work hard to re-establish that trust. Secondly, witnesses are scared. That is why they withdraw, because they get killed. That is why cases, people get acquitted. As far as the powers of traditional leaders, this very government has taken away the powers of traditional leaders. As far as the land along the road, it's the people themselves that sell the land. As we speak, if you look at Kochana, Sbangweni, Onka Masimi are being sold to people, not the children that are born in those areas, to people coming from somewhere else. That is the people, not the traditional leaders. Lastly, I want to re-emphasize the point Kosnokonyana has made of the Constitution and the Criminal Procedure Act, where you cannot shoot an intruder that gets into your house through the roof and the windows unless you say your life is at risk. You tell me, if a person gets into your house through the roof, is your life not at risk? I thank you. Oh, lastly, the laws of this country, they insist on technicalities. If you look at, listen, the case that is in court, Kasenzo Meiwa and whatever, Nezis or Bester, there's nothing arguing about the commission of crime there. It's still technicalities. That is why these laws of ours need to be reviewed. I thank you.
Thank you to the panel. Sanjin. Thank you. Whilst they come down, let's get ready for the next panel. The next panel is about
the phone that was picked up.
Okay, the next panel is about the role of the faith-based organizations and traditional healers, according to what I've got here. I'm not sure how many of the people who are supposed to be in this panel are present, but I know Reverend is here. Is there anybody else that should be on this panel? Yeah, please come forward. Please come forward. Great. If you can just, when you sit down, when you get the mic, introduce yourself and the institution or whatever you represent. And please, I'm running out of time. Please be mindful of time. Bagwethu, please.
Mandiqale ngilungisa lo mcimbi ningabamsotyana sotyana ngunobhala ndingu chairperson we-OR Tambo kwi-Koinonia Christian Center. It's one of the faith-based organizations. Once more masibulela kakhulu. Mna nje ndifuna nje ukuthi ukhona umbhali waseZimbabwe. Ingathi nguLloyd Chikonye uthi, what do you do when the state has turned on people. I don't want to waste time. What do we do when the state has turned on people? Esethu nje isicelo sithi beke nasitsho ningazi uba nawude nisinike ithuba. Get the history of everything in this country. Ibiza inkosi kunye nathi. Now ne-civic, ngesitsho mhlawumbe, mililenze ibe mithathu. Sanincedisa uyoma ngo-94. Sacinga uba ningabantu bakwenyani. Uba ummameli uba ututu. Saphindela epulpitini kanti siyazichana. And if uzofunda kakuhle imbali yayo ngelento yayikwasithi ababethe nenzani ngalento. Kuyabonakala uba nixakiwe nonke. Sifakeni njengoba nenkosi ezazama nazo kade. Noko ikhona ke indlu yazo noba niyehoya noba niyihoyi mhlawumbi. Nicinga uba sineyiphi indlu thina yothetha into esasithe iphatheni. Andifuni umosha ixesha organize ndicinga uba masiphendule qha into ethi when the state has turned on people, what do we do? Two, ite yethu into. Into enye na people shall govern, no political parties shall govern. Kuyabona abanifunde gqitha sifundanga thina. Singabantu ababomvu. Masiyivume futhi into kokuba. Futhi I also apologize on behalf of all leaders noba ndikho involved. Masiyivume into yoba nathi siyi-church sinazo iingcuku ezilapha kuthi. Ezenza amanyala in the name of God. We know that. Njengoba ninazo nakuyiphi profession. But ezinye zazo ezinkokheli zifakwe nini urhulumente. Udibana sengaphakathi enepassport eziyi-7. Abafakwanga sithi. Bafakwe nini. Now xa kwanithi there you go church. And kokulonto. When the state has turned on people, what do we do? Sicela bani sitolikele ndiyaphinda. Sitolikeleni people shall govern. Inazifundisa mntabhala Nkosi Nyalalini. People shall govern. Mnyena no political party shall govern. Uba yonto yenye senzani ngalonto. Now number 3 ndicela ukuthi apha kuba siya contribute apha emapoliseni. Sine challenge yoba kudala kwakusekho nalamfo wasoleka ukuthi awumhlahlo. Upresident umbeki ngo. Kwakukhona idesk eziyi-12 fanithi nenza i-forensic nina. How do you address the crime subs when you don't have a turnaround time in terms of biology? Uthatha i-cases ze-DNA uzisa e-Western Cape nase-Gauteng. Une-backlog engakanani and abantu balindile you can't solve a problem as buyi-cases oko nixoka. Nithi siphezu kwayo oko naniphezu kwayo. You can't solve the problem having no biology wenu subs ucontrolwa indoda yaseMozambique ese-Pretoria. 2, same subs. Landlord yayigali ipoison ezibhekini isekhona pha phezulu. Ya visit pha igade encwadini zeni yangena pha. The process of prioritize biology in solve the crime. Don't fool us. Now, lastly ndiyeka ndikhokulondwa but ento endifuna siphume nayo apha nasimoshanqashi ntoba kwawuninceda ubuyisela i-foundations. Akukho mntu ulawulayo asilawula ngenkani phaa komnyana muna 35 ndimlawula ngentongo kuba ndiqinile. Ngokuya ngokweni ngendingamenzi into endiyaziyo into ehlafuna apha ihlafuna ngokungathi mengahlafuni ngathi kukwayo phaa ukwam. Mayihlafune imendaweni. But the problem ngentoba most families they don't have powers. Ningoxuthile amagunya abantwana, those are foundations. Nenye asikho desperate for ugugu as a choice. You leave us out at your own peril. Bekuyoninceda usicela sinincedise uba nilahlekiwe ngoku. Ngoku noyika abanye nina, noyikana ngoku. People shall govern, or political party shall govern. Masincediswe ndigqibela ngento ethi nantsika chief kwicaleni njengenkosi. Sincediseni ukuba sifuna ukukhululeka ngoku sizifele geqe. Nina banasitolike lomthetho kuba sifuna ukuziphatha. Ukuziphatha kuzawudibanisa inkosi nekumkani nombingeleli priest no civic sithethe one thing. Sitolikele nomthetho ke ngoku ozawusincedisa kulonto nisiyeke ngo-agonizer. Mabe kumthetho ovumela thina sifuna ukwenza lonto ngoku apho sakwazi ukuthi ke khona ingcali khona into bethe lapha siqokelelane ke ngoku sithi uba sithetha ngo-farming sinengcali zakwa farming sibe zizi-structures including uqoqe xa useyiqolela imali emhlakazi nange-50 senze 1 million sakhe indlu. Awunandixela uba singabangaka singaxa kuzenzela ibhenki yethu because yenu nemithetho emininzi engalawulwa nini. Siziqolela imali thina sithi ngokayisa finance everybody general ulandula into yobana naku umuntu uza kwenza ntoni simonitorisha laa nto. Asidingi laa ndoda inomsindo phaya repo rates ukuqokelela imali siyifake engxoweni. So let's have our own like Bruder bond, have our own banks. Sinengcali zaloo nto apha. Have this in every structure. But sidinga thina isistructure esimonitorisha yonke le nto. And then educate abantwana bethu informally and formally. Asidingi le nto niziyidoba into yoba vele amakhwenkqa xa indoda iphambene siyibethe ezimpundu ngemivimbo ibe sezingqondweni. Asidingi le nto but niyayikhumsha nina. Singazisolvela le nkathazi lapha thina in the name of God. Because uthi xa uthi umqolo endoda osinyabo olulwa ngenduku but kanti ifuni iBhayibhileni lutshaba lwenu. But the point it is that kanti sincediseni isidolo umthetho sifuna ukuziphatha. Sifuna ukukhululeka. Elogqibela general imali yethu akabuyi. Imali yekabuyi katata izawuthe wena siye kuwe sitoyitoyile phana ndisepha ngoku wathi nemani madoda noko makasiyiweze abazusichitha abangapheshe basichitha general nemali zethu bafaka amandiya kwizi-structures zethu iminyaka eyi-10 yaba yi-10 weeks imali zethu azikaphi kuyacikozwa pha sifuna imali yethu generally sincediseni. Okokugqibela guys to everybody as a suggestion for anybody to be successful you visualize, verbalize and actualize. But awunazenza izinto ungenamntu oyi-1 okukhokhelayo. Thank you.
Program Director, members of the clergy, His Majesty King Ndamase Kandamase, Inkosi ezikhoyo, bawunjengele. Ndivumele ndithi protocol is observed. Bishop A.M. Jamjam from the 12 Apostles Church in Christ under the capable leadership of Professor and Chief Apostle Caesar Nongonga Ncichan. Sihlangene apha to contribute kule nhlangano, the role of the church in nation building. Sikholelwa into yokokuba icawa kuyo nayiphi na i-development mayibe kwi-center kuba zinkokheli zabantu ezazana nabantu. Ekuseni emini emalanga bazana nendlala nenhlupheko yabantu. Indeed siyenzile loo nto. Siyidlale kakhulu indima sisayidlala saya kudlala kwi-moral regeneration movement. MRM yenye ye-programs ese-excela kakhulu kuyo to to change impilo zabantu South Africa. If you can look at that organization that I'm coming from, there's a lot of youth paya, disciplined, dedicated. Hence, siqinisekisa into yokokuba yenye ye-key things ekubalulekile nokuba sibe phakathi kakhulu kuyo, because once singahoyo into ya-MRM, we believe into yoba ilithishela kwi-GBV. Even sibe sikhona saya kuba khona. Sibelieve into ethi kule nto ye-local economic development as a church. Uba ungakhange besiyenzile ngaphambili before 1994 sa-integrate nenkosi and we established the NGO ilikholaphsayo ngoku. Hence sithathe a step esithi ukuze lene food security yenzeke ezilalini, let us have a budget emayiplacewe kwiinkosi zezwe lakowethu be-integrate ne-members of the clergy abefundisi, so that sizokwazi into yokokuba abantu ezilalini iphume indlala. Sibuyise i-programs ezinjenge i-PWP, sibuyise laa nto kwakuthiwa ngonolongo, kulungiswe indlela abantu baphume endlaleni. Sithi get away i-tender system, because yiyo ecreate lo mbhodamo esikuwo namhlanje. As the church, we believe in yokokuba the question that we are asking, ngubani owenza umsebenzi omkhulu kunosibonda no-ward committee? But why ukuba ngaba ngusibonda? Because akalali uvuse ebusuku xa khona isikade, ward committee elele. But why this NGO sasikhona xa ifonyishwa ixabanisa abantu inika stipend ward committee, kodwa usibonda anganikwa stipend? Why? Why sithatha amandla in terms of monetary value sinikeza oceba kakhulu, but our traditional leadership banikezwe isent? Because kubulawa ubu-Afrika bethu. Yiyo le nto siyisupporta the call eyenziwa i-Chief Apostle uSiza Nonqunga to say i-Afrika mayibuye, because God is African. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabanye abantu. Hence we established a political wing and we are not turning back, because the system ekhona, if uzohlala emva uthi uyothandaza, uzothandaza kungenzeki into, awuzubakho practical. Hence sine political wing to address these issues. We are in support of the multi-stakeholder committee. That thing will help and will hold accountable the current government. Imfene okanye indlovu isendlini, kufika ixesha lokuba siphakame sime kuThixo kodwa simele inyaniso. I thank you.
Emva kwentetho engaka ebeya kuthi ke umpostoli uPawulos sithini na kwezi zinto? Aphendule ke uTutu ukuba ebesaphila esidla amazimba, athi ibandla likaKristu limele ukuma esizikithini somhlaba litsale abantu bathi abatenxileyo babuyele kulowo unamandla amakhulu unguThixo, nakokubo abo bakokwabo abantu abanguThixo athi ke xa ecacisa uThixo angamcacisi ngokokuba ngokwe-religion, amcacise ngokobuthixo bakhe, bokuthi akukho religion inkulu kunenye. Athi ke uThixo ngulowo singamboniyo kodwa amandla akhe ebonakala ngezinto azenze kuthi. Ngubani lo usifake kule ngxaki? Ibiyaba into ke yesibini ebeya kuthetheka xa besisenqanaweni yakuloyona. Kuthiwe kule ngxaki ndithi mna, akusatsho omnye umuntu, ndithi ke mna ibandla likaKristu lisifakile kule ngxaki. Singake siyenze lento sirhalela ukuyenza yokuthi sithathwe zi-politicians. Ngoba kaloku umpostoli uPawulos ebesibaliseke what we as Christians and people who believe to God, we must not conform to the standard of this world. Sesiphi ke so standard? Sesi sokungakwazi ukubathanda abo bantu uzalwa nabo, ungakwazi ukumthanda ummelwane wakho, ungakwazi ukuthi wenyuliwe wabekwa ngaphambili ube inkokheli efana noSawule, athi uThixo ekuthumile uba ngotshutshisa kwilizwe, usuke wena ufike kwelo lizwe ukhethe ezo zityebileyo uzenze zakho, kanti uyamcaphukisa uThixo. Ndithetha ukuthini ke xa ndisithi sikule ngxaki libandla? Ibandla lishiye into ebekumele uba liyayenza. The role of the church is to intercede on behalf of the social ills. If there is a crime, there must be people who must stand. Bahambe babheke endaweni, bathi bakufika kuloo ndawo, bathethe bathi Thixo naba bantu bayonakala, uyobuza kuMoses ukuze likwazi ibandla ukuqhuba. Yabona ke ingayimpazamo enkulu ukucimba into kokuba ipolitician nosomashishini nomfundisi i-roles zabo ziyafana. Their roles are parallel. Azingeze zadibana nangoluphi usuku, kodwa they complement each other. Ngendlela yokokuba ukuba akukho bantu, umfundisi uza kuthi ebantwini yebantu kodwa zidliwe impuku, ube umsila wempuku ubonakala emlonyeni. Those who suppose asozuyidrowisha ipurity ngokuyithetha ngomlomo, simele bana siyidrowisha ipurity ngokuthi siyenze. Abantu sakuqaqamba ke phambi kobuso bukaThixo nabo baza koyika ukwenza izinto. Ukuba ke ngaba ndakube ndiye kwakho ndiyokwenzela umcimbi, didimande ukuba ndinike ngaphezulu kokuba uwenzile umcimbi, likhona ibandla apha okanye ikhonto ezakuphumelela. Andithi inkokheli ezikupolitiki zizo okanye azenzanga nto, kukhulu ezikwenzileyo, kodwa ibandla has diverted i-objective ebelibizule lona. Ngoba ibandla libizelwe ukuba i-moral fiber and i-moral compass ngehambo, ngoba kubo kuthiwe bangaphathi into, bangaphathi nanye into bakuzifumana ngaphambili. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. It's very difficult to cut abantu bebandla. But yeah, we appreciate your input. Thank you very much. And once again, please, let's have a few comments and respond to what we've been hearing very quickly, please.
Enkosi Program Director, this is Peter Luthethayo. Kubefundisi bami abame ngaphambili. Isikhe ndacinga enye into ngondibajongile ngokwentetho abazikhahlela lapha phambili. Ndacinga uBileham xa wayegibela ihashe eleqa uyokhusela uGoliath esilwa noDavid. Laski ihashe labona umhlola lema waxa ibuya kanti uwile uGoliath. Ndicinga uba okubalulekileyo apha noba singaxoxa siqapha amagwebo singena solution akho nto sizeleyo apha. Okwesibini the multi-party stakeholder whatsoever inokwenziwa isolution inye apha kokumisa urhulumente aphume ezintanjeni. But xa simusa sithi sibeka bani? Suppose apha sithi nabo njengele babephethe iTranskei, nabo njengele babewisa oStella Sigcawu, nabo njengele babengamajoni under i-apartheid. Why should basingami sithi buya holomisa ukukhusela i-Eastern Cape? Sifane ne-DA ekhusela i-Western Cape, sifane ne-AfriForum ekhusela igcuntswana lamabhulu. Why i-Eastern Cape siyekela kwezopolitiko simazi umntu owayephethe i-Eastern Cape nanto holomisa? Inkosi.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Very briefly, I actually am glad the speaker spoke before me because I was going to touch on a similar thing before that. My view is all round with all of what has been said is that we must resist the temptation of finding simple answers to complex problems. We must resist it. These problems are not going to be solved today. Maybe today is good to speak about them and we build upon that. And I wouldn't want us to even type of a thing, as if we're here to endorse this, that, or the other. So when I say we don't find simple answers to a complex problem, for me the complex problem to answer here is that even any political party, let's talk about the governing party, that seems to have issues, as it were. Now, at a point before it got into power, was a highly revered organization. The question we should be thinking about is, INDABA, any other party is aungena, what would stop it becoming what this one has become? Because it's quite simple, at least in my mind, that noba kungangena unjengele ngomso bakhona bazawutsiba kwela cala bazongena apha bayone kwale into if we just think it's a matter of taking this one out and putting that one in. We must think about the institutional frameworks that we need to safeguard ourselves and our country, not against parties, but against a culture that has gone into our people where all they think about is their own self-accumulation. This cuts across all of the issues. So for me, the very deep question that we should be thinking about is, INDABA, how do we make sure, whether it's the police service, whether it's a political party, how do we ensure that we keep the culture, the moral fiber that has been touched on to a high standard? Thank you, sir.
There are people this side as well.
Mhlekazi, mna ndithi ndinqinelana nawe ngento yonke obukwayithetha apha. Kodwa ndifuna ukuhlomla nje kule ndawo yokuba uthi kukhona ezinye izinto ezingena solutions zazo. For example, ndibabukela abantu bethetha ngoba kukho iproblem ye-crime, i-government ayikwazi uyicontrola i-crime. I-government has all the machinery to control crime, but the government is making money out of crime. Bala imali zebheyile ezibhatalwa ngabantu bafuna ibheyile pha. Jikeleze apha iTranskei le kuphela nje sithethe yona a day irhulumente ufumana mali na ngabantu abayiplashela ibheyile bebanjele i-crimes. Okwesibini, urhulumente uyabenefita. Bala imali ye-fines ezibhatalwa ngabantu abangafuni ukuya jele bezibhatala zitshone kurhulumente ofine bo 30,000 50,000
because kaloku umthetho is a spider's web. Big flies fly through, small flies are caught. Thosi sibona isityebi iphejele zibhatala ifine ezinkulu. Urhulumente imali engena kuye leyo naphakathi. Urhulumente wenza imali ngathi. Sanimanye nisithi urhulumente akakwazi ucontrol crime. Wenza imali urhulumente ngathi. Bala i-estate duty. Xa ubulele umuntu osisityebi onemali enkulu. Urhulumente uyayibala la mali. Qho efika urhulumente kwimillion yokuqala uthatha 10,000 utshona kuyo. Xa bulele isigwili ne urhulumente ukuthi xhaka ngoba umbhatala imali eninzi xa erhafisa ilifa lesityebi elisingasekhoyo. Urhulumente ufumana imali wenza nemisebenzi. For example, illegal practitioners. Xa abantu benongamoshi thina amagqwetha nithi sityani. Funeka abantu bamoshe bazowuza kuthi basiqeshe basibhatale sitye. Ngumsebenzi wethu lowo, indlela esiphila ngayo. I-license opractice nangoku urhulumente uyakufayina xa uthe kwafumaniseka uba awusenayo i-license opractice kwangexesha. Wenza imali nangathi aba. Urhulumente wenza imali for i-cross border trading. Nicinga into yoba xa bezingekho ezi crimes zoba mhlawumbi abantu abaselisuthu badibane masematatiyela kwenziwe i-stock theft kufumane uba makwenziwe a special task unit babezawuqeshwa apha abantu. I-criminals zivula imisebenzi, amapolisa aqeshwe kubekho i-special units for ama-criminals eziclever ngaphezu kwezinye. Uyayibona? So hlukanani nale nto yokuthi the government is unable to control crime.
Thank you. Uyifake kodwa sikhuluma nge-faith-based organizations. But ku right.
Afternoon, everybody. Igama lam ndinguyolisa. Mna, I wanted to ask into yobana what steps okanye umntu udlula kuphi naphi ukuze avule icawe, because zininzi icawe ezivulwayo and icawe ezikhoyo ziyamosha. Kuyoze kusuka inkwenkwana yobisi yangapha kude apha singayaziyo ifike elalini ethile ibizwa papa imoshe. Uyabona abantwana bangaye ezikolweni because bahamba kulokozo cawe. There was a church apha ye-Seven Angel yayisengcobo eyamosha yade yodubula amapolisa. And I thought emveni koko izawulawulwa into yecawe, especially kweli cala lethu, because I believe we've got enough churches already. Ngoku ndive kuthiwa kukho icawe evuliweyo yomama othile nakhona esemthatha kind of efanayo nale yayivuliwe ye-Seven Angels, but ke nakayikabulali. So ndifuna ukwazi into yobana niyawukhawulela nalo mcelimngeni wezicawe zivuke engceni njengabantu becawe. Enkosi. Oh, and abantwana bayareyitshwa noreyitshwa kwezicawe.
Enkosi. Last one.
Nama ndibulise kulo mhlangano. Ndicinga ukuthi xa ndizawubeka kwami ukuphawula enye into eyaxabanisa uThixo nabantu entsimini yase-Eden yaba kukutya kurhala. Kuba uAdam kwathiwa kuye kungatyi kulo mthi. Kodwa zange abe nayo i-backbone yokunqanda unkosikazi wakhe xa esithi yitya sendityile. For example, abantu abaninzi apha xa njengoba bethetha against urhulumente, xa kunongena umuntu kamasipala ephethe itenda abaneenkampani ezininzi ingatshintshi ilanguage. Ingatshintshi ilanguage ngoku bangabi sayithetha abantu bethetha ngolu hlobo bathetha ngalo. Ngeke bathethe kanje phambi kwe-government officials ezibanika amathenda. Number 2, abazali bethu bababhitreyile abantwana babo. Khange babe na-backbone bathengisa ngelizwe. Imost yabantu abalapha babekhe bayinika i-opportunity yokulawula bazi-sellouts bathengisa ngeli lizwe. Kuyoze kufike umuntu esuka kwenye ilizwe ephethe i-plastics ehamba nentombi yalapha engalobolanga anikwe igumbi avunyelwe ahlale apha akaziwa uintroducwe nje kanti umuntu kuqala wayesaziwa yifamily. Lastly, abantu abaninzi apha babekhe bane-businesses, especially apha eMthatha. bamonela abantwana babo zange babamentorisha abantwana babo kwiibhizinesi zabo bacinga bazufa nizofa ngenye imini nizokhula nife anizuliphatha elizwe kokokoko nizofa kubalulekile ukuba nimentorisha abantwana benu kwiibhizinesi umuntu omdala womuntu ontsundu especially apha e-Eastern Cape uqola ukunika iforeigner uba i-own ibhizinesi yakhe kunokuba anike unyana yakhe okanye intombi yakhe amentorishe unyana okanye intombi akwenzela ibhizinesi ihlala apha efemelini ingayi kwenye indawo ibhizinesi ihlala apha. Lastly kokugqibela bam i-KZN idibene ngoku ilungiselela 2004 ulapho close noma singayibaleka sithi loo nto leyo masithini idibene ilungiselela 2004 uthumela 2024 sorry ilungiselela 2024 u2024 kuyothini kuzovotwa and bathe pha ulawulo lwethu malibuyele kuthi ewe kunoba sibe ne-backbone singabantu balapha e-Eastern Cape xa kukho nantsi indlovu imi emnyango masicele umntu esiqondayo ukuba uclose phaa kulaa ndlovu sihlanganisa ezinye iindlovu njengoba nakugquma umphathi wolomisa hlanganisa ezinye iindlovu nisuse laa ndlovu nkulu.
Thank you, people. Yeah, we have to finish. I have resolutions. I've got other things that we need to go through. I get makhulumu njengele fanele ngimnike microphone.
Mfundisi obefundisi ongasekhoyo okwaphatha kweli lizwe ukumkani uKT Mathanzima wasifundisa into kokuba urhulumente uze asebenze kakuhle kufuneka ame ngamaseko amathathu zinkosi zicawe bengurhulumente onyulwe ngentando yesininzi lento sikuyo ke apha abantu bathethile apha namhlanje ndithatha le mic nje ndiyaqomba ibalekile ndinganishiyi ndingathethi andiziphinde ndithethe but mandisebenzise lithuba i-way forward yalento sawuyenza sizawuqokelela zonke izinto bezithethwa apha bawuzibhala ke ngesilungu esihle aba facilitate ibuye sithe abantu apha kufuna bekho i-steering committee eza steering committee okanye lo multi stakeholder committee rather izawuthi ke ngoku ijonge le report ithi ezi zinto zifuna i-competence kasibani bani local, provincial and national but kukho into ezi akufunanga sisebenzise the same methodology bese siyilandela icawe naba bantu balapha nenkosi kukwingxaki ezikhoyo ngosithethayo ezizawufunayo ngoku singene kwi-campaigns ndisebenze necawe uze ndikhuphe amajoni omkhonto nezinye zijongelwe kuxhonya ungena kwethu ngo-87 kwangena ootata banxibe igawuni bathi mntanam kuyo yonke into eniyenzile sobulela kodwa aba bafama bazawuxhonywa next month sesubafaka i-moratorium ndabuza uba kuphethe bana kanti kwelizwe nafika senindinika instructions bandamamela ngoku sisenengxaki yecrime sinengxaki yendlala sinengxaki yento yoba abantu akho mbeko yeke ke utyiwa kwemali asisazungena kakhulu kuyo dala siyicula bantu irhalela into yoba kwezi resolutions zizawuthathwa ekugqibeleni enye yazo ibe yinto ethi zinkosi zicawe makuyopresentwa ezinto bekuthethwa ngazo apha kwi-office kapresident nakwi-office yepremier but kufuneka bathumela abantu apha eMthatha okanye estadium apho sabe simatshele khona siyoxelela abantu not just nje ugqithisa iphepha kuye But you engage the communities zethu ba elilizwe uba ngaba ani participate kulo idemocracy yenu. Imkile. Ezingxaki ezithethwayo apha zabantu ekuthiwa bathatha impahla okanye banevenkile kwaze kwathini bangaphandle. We have to find a way of managing that. Because ngenye imini abantu bakuthi lanto uyibona ezilokishini iza kwenzeka kwezilale. Achiselwe imizi zabantu kuthiwe mabemka abantu bangaphandle. Let us make sure ukuthi ezi resolutions zithatha apha ukuze kuthiwe le nto ibingeyo talk shop nje kuphela. Sizawucela ugovernment abhalelwe sithi sifuna ukugqithisa ezinto bezithethwa ngabantu balapha. Ekwikumkani apha ukho inkosi apha ezisuka kulamakomkhulu. Uvila abanye basuka ngapha enqadu and so on. Bathunyiwe. Siyithini into ngokufumanisa into ba inkosi kwezinye iprovinces zine-administrators ecomputer unentoni umuntu uqeshiwe ukwenzela bala la komkhulu liservice entoni abantu. Then sixelele ngathi sine kingdom eyi-1 kwelizwe. Hayi lo ufumana 78 million budget yakhe ngonyaka. Iya kwaNdlovu yezwa apha enyandeni. Uyenqadu uyapha ebathenjini. Uxhomeke usupport aba bantu ngesalary yakhe lekumkani. Engadlulanga mhlambe na ku 50,000. No. We have to send a strong message. But in order to do that, le committee yenye izinto ekufuneka iplanile ba iqawe ezi inkosi idlali izibonda ntontoni make zithi converge under one roof stadium. Sithi urhulumente izothatha memorandum. Singayi kuye.
Thank you, General. It's very, very clear what we need to do. Again, guys, I'm rushing time. Can I give you very little time, 30 seconds really, per person, just to say the final words?
No, ndifuna kube kumbuzo ngathi siyawubaleka. Sobaleka wona. Apha eSouth Africa khona umgaqo seko on freedom of association. And we come from diverse theologies. Indlela yokuba ngumfundisi komfundisi masithi sisebenzi senkonzo. Ideterminwa yi-association leyo infonywa yi-theology yabo. Asikwazi into ebesiyithethile ukuza kuwe yethi khona umama ebebhizi apha enyuka esedwa ngosihlala ethi ufuna uvala inkonzo. Into yokuqala incaka uvala inkonzo nini. Sathi kuyejonga. Besicela kuni inye we can organize ourselves ngokwe diversity zethu. Kukhona amaziyoni, kukhona this and this. Siyafuna thina basithi mabaqokelelane batsho bemenza kanjani umfundisi. We cannot do that over them. Sithe silinde bathi besithi basabuya kunangoku. Sisithi qha sivumelani kule nale nale. Umzekelo nifuna ukuthi sithatha 4 to 7 years sifunda thina. Nina niphakamise inqindi. Now decidela. Nifuna ukufunda ukuthi sifundile nifundanga nini. So who's fooling who here? So sababuza imibuzo abangakwazi uyiphendula. Kodwa siyakuvumela into basi diverse asingeni ngokufana asiyo40 na yuna usuthina. Ziyahluka indlela zongena kodwa bane freedom of association. Ngiyayiphinda ndithi sinengcuka nalapha ukuthi njengakuni. Yonke indawo sigcwele ingcuka. Ezambethe ifele legusha in the name of. We accept that. But sibanikile bayithanini. Anuza ukuthi nime sinqindi niye kwa national thina siphume sifundile silawule nguphethe inqindi kuba ngosesa unika ichance yenqindi. That's all.
Program Director, ilizwe lethu lizingqondorha laphukile likhazukile. iJerusalema yakuwa nendonga zadilika. Nehemiya wabuyela kowabo wenza icebo lokuvusa indonga. kwaphakama uTobia noSalabhalati bezama ukuduba ukuvuswa kwendonga kuba bayabenefita ekuweni kwendonga. Nalapha ecaweni bakhona abantu abanjalo esithi xa sisithi masithandaze kodwa sibe ne-practical solutions, bona babe beyitsayela emva uTobia basekhona noSalabhalati. Izani ke sakhe, we are in support of the multi-party stakeholder committee. Thank you.
We are in support of a consultative and establishment of a multi-stakeholder engagement. As my church sent me here, xa bihleli izolo kwi-synod phaa kwi-cathedral yaseMthatha, ndingumtshitshi. Okwesibini into kokuba uSawule wathi wakumosha, uThixo wathi kuSamuel ehlala ethandazela uSawule, wathi uThixo kode kube nini Samuel uthandazela uSawule ndimcekisile nje. Now, a call to all Christians. Ezi zinto zibalwayo apha, social is high rate of crime, poverty, anything. Those are the glaring signs zokuthi lowo uselawulweni ucekisiwe nguThixo. Therefore, let us rise up and siqiniseke into yokuba oluphulo asilithethi ngomlomo. Nokokuba emabandleni asisanga sonke, kodwa we commit thina ngabanye into kokuba eli iphulo sidiniwe ukuhamba kwi-potholes, sidiniwe ukuthathelwa iigusha zethu ngobusuku, sidiniwe ukurichelwa abantwana. Ibandla should stand up and not to pray for somebody ocekisiweyo nguThixo.
Thank you very much. Ningakhululeka ke ipanel. All right, thank you. I'm sure in your programs you see there's an item where we're looking at input from various political parties represented in Parliament. Unfortunately, there were apologies or no responses. So we have decided to skip that particular section of our program. So we will go straight to inputs, final inputs from the floor, suggestions or whatever that might be, so that after that we go to resolutions directly. I'm going to start right here.
Thank you, Program Director. I think mine is just to say, I wish, well done, Jengele. Thank you very much for this session. And we hope that there's going to be a proper follow-up with everybody. Let's hope the committee will be able to do something about that. But what I wanted to add on was that, please, for the next session, there's an important part of our lives, which is the youth. And I see we have not involved the sport in what we are doing. We have to think about sport as an add-on. And also, there's a very important part of communities. Your CPFs, as part of this, it would be wonderful. We've got a very, very strong CPF up in our area, and I think they will add value to this process. But as a parting shot, we as a business are grateful that we are part of this first strategic direction of the province. And we stand by to say we will assist wherever we can be able to assist. Thank you.
Reflections, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been sitting and listening the whole day. I just want to say to Njengele, well done for this Njengele Sugagude together with him. You know, hashtag Jonge Pondwin. Jonge Pondwin, you know. Singaba ko Kapa sibe ko Gauteng. I flew from Cape Town. I arrived here last night because of this, Njengele. You are standing on the shoulders of Nelson Mandela. You are standing on the shoulders of Chris Hani. You know what I'm saying. When you look at the Eastern Cape, the Transkei in particular, sesenzana lana zalapha. Zalwa kucendane neqhina. Kulalapho kwakuthiwa kukhona utata okwakuthiwa nguNjeza owayithandazela abantu buya khona. Ndingangumhlali eKapa but ndizalwa apha. Unyaka nonyaka ndiyabuya ndize ekhaya ndalakha ikhaya lam nangona ndihlala eKapa. So into eyenzeka eTranskei eEastern Cape iyasafecta sihleli kwindawo esikuzo. Silapha ke Njengele ngelikhwelo lihlabileyo sathi masize somamela. But kwi-opening address yakho, there lies the solution of what we are about. Because we need to take what was working and leave what is not working. In the opening address, Njengele mentioned all the organizations that were here that worked for this Transkei. That our government, when they came in, you know, when you look in hindsight, Njengele, and you look back from the time of negotiations on the writing of the constitution and all that. You know, I was in something, in a reburial in East London on Saturday, and I flew back to Cape Town, but I had to fly back here. And there was a man, I'm not going to mention the name, and that man said, you know what, we need Njengele to change this constitution. You are not there. I'm telling you, that's what he said. He said we need Njengele because that man is a clergy, is a man of God. He said, the constitution as South Africa is a problem for the black people of South Africa. So we need to change this constitution. But what I'm saying is that the answers for the solutions of what is happening in the Eastern Cape lies in your input that you gave this morning. If we can go back, revisit those structures that were working for the Transkei. You know, when SWAPO took over in Namibia, they appointed commissioners in the provinces to understudy how things were done. Because one of the biggest mistakes of our party is to know all. You know, politicians are clever. They are jack of all trades, master of none. That's politicians for you. Jack of all trades, master of none. There's nothing. I was one of them. We were there writing the constitution. I was there during the interim, government in the Western Cape, appointed by this government to, to stand in the Western Cape. But as I'm saying, when you sit in hindsight, you realize that we did away with good things that were working. Everything has collapsed. And you sit, you ask yourself, what is it that we've done from 94 to now? What is it? Just mention one ewe kufaka umbane ezilalini ngoku we are suffering sine load shedding because we have never invested in the infrastructure and everything has collapsed. This person said, there's one of the speakers who said here, the onus, if we said it's the government, you remember what Mandela said, that if this government that you have put in power is failing the people, remove this government as you remove the nationalist government. I'm not saying put in Njengele. I'm not saying put in Njengele. You know, he might not be the solution himself, but I'm saying the civil society, the people of the Eastern Cape, the leaders of this nation that have suffered, that spent years in Robben Island, babuya bengasakwazi ukwendla iintsapho zabo, we're from this province. It's not short of brains, Eastern Cape. The onus is with you as the Eastern Cape, not government, but the people of this region.
opponent said, if there's anything that is dangerous to destroy a country, is a political party. He said you don't need the entire membership. Just few people are able to take a political party off its rails and it becomes the enemy of the country. I just wanted to show you this, fellow Africans. Let's be careful. This country is going down the drain. It's up to you. Allow me to take leave of you, General. Thank you for inviting me. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Kamandi kokugqibela ndithetha kwakhona ndinguhani Lusu ndibulela leniba ndithethe sekhona uVulisango naye Kamandi wayeke waphatha peTranskei hayi bantakwethu kulolu thetha igwala kulonini the platform has been set but bantu nani ba organize lento next time sidibana kanje we are going to name people by their names ngoku umuntu owenza crime oba izinto full case zambiza ngegama umuntu obulala umnyana katata umwelo nonkonyana okanye unyana kaGozani sizambiza ngegama General. This thing of tiptoeing around sizayeka ngoku izawuphela lonto le usukela apha bantu bazinqamile umzawukaphasiye bakhupha indlu umzi wabo le ndawo free of charge nanti police station ebichazwa apha yakhiwa free of charge. Talk is cheap. Bantu badinekile ngoku. From here going forward there's going to be asizulala ngoku usukela lapha ifoni zawo yekuringa ngomvulo ukuthi amakhasi sebesisho ngoku uClive ufuna ufaka imali lapha ngoku uBerlin nangu umuntu amthumileyo latata ukunxiba isuit ephezulu phambi kwakho phone bantu badikiwe ngoku it's too late.
Thank you, sir. Do you want to say?
General bendizama uchwechwa into ethi ndiyilibala ngoku lento kulento ethi ulwazi lwethu luphele esithubeni kukhona nabantu apha abazi umthetho kuba ayizusincedisa lento ujikeleza endaweni enyawo qha ke ngoku siyenza lento within the framework of law whether legislature and whatever kodwa ngobe ndisithi kuni you work on a visionary and then you say what you have seen and decide to practice what you believe in andisiyazi uba mayithini andithini kodwa kule nto sayenza kwezo committees I suggest ukuba sizawuqokelana ngohlobo esorganize ngalo nabangezwayo kodwa masiyithetheni inyani sevuma umuntu bethe ebephayethi funa sidile nalendlovu in steps kodwa izawusincedisa general into enenhloko ebheka ngapha ethethwa sithi sifuna makube khona inhloko noma izinhloko ezimbili kungenani ngelixesha sidibanayo sizothi sithi abathi sincediseni kulento ubani bene direction siyazibophelela sawalungisela ukuthi amasela eBhayibhelini sizabakhopha sinawo amasela sinawapha sawalungisa thina ecaweni sizabakhona apha kodwa sifuna inhloko saba ne challenge into engenanhloko as much as basingumzimba thina usivumele sithi inhloko esifuna ibe njani yasinceda lonto awotata uchief wabo mastolike into ba ngubani lokuthiwa abantu can push a cause ngisilungu somthetho abantu banelungelo loba bapush cause sipush cause apha efuna isise phambili nisikhangela umthetho nina ozipush cause yoba sifuna ubheka phambili siphelelwe ngoku sawude senze ubugebenga.
Yes sir.
On the way forward, Chair, the way forward says establishment of multi-stakeholder committee. I think, Chair, the direction we need to take, much as we have said, people of interest must go and write their names. Are we taking that as a committee now? Or we must have a resolution to say, let us have that multi-committee being established now. Why, Chair? I came here not only to be a participant, but also to say, if there is something that needs contribution, I must also contribute. Therefore, it means I'm a member of a different political party. La koni bijikwa pha iye yandoyikisa. Kwathiwa ibijikwa yenye inkokheli pha isithi masinike i-UDM ndaqomba hey kanene noba yi-campaign na andazi, because some of them they will know unjengele inkokheli ye-UDM. So when we enter into this multi-stakeholder forum, it must be cleared that we are not in a campaign trail because there's 2024. But however, we are in a forum that rises above partisanship. Because ngizayichaza political party apho kothuka abantu ndithi ndi-Action SA omnye athi UDA kanti besimenywe on the basis that we need to build Eastern Cape. So I want us, when we move sihlalo singambi ngeni impression that says kukho a certain people esingabaziyo mhlamba basazayilungisa, but ibekiwe phakathi their names. So I wanted to check, would it not be proper to say, even if we are giving a frame, this multi-stakeholder forum, let it have civil society organization, let it have pastors, let it have chiefs, let it have NPOs, nobody structure. Then maybe people are here, forward your names based on the structure that you are coming from. Thank you very much, Chair.
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much. And here, I move. Yeah.
Enkosi. Ingxaki yami la bhuti uyibethile. Kodwa ke mina bendicinga into yokuba bekufanele ba njengoba njengele ububhale kakuhle kula letter yakho yango-April wabeka pha. Bendicinga uba eyona ndoqo yethu xa sithetha sizawuthetha ngokuba yintoni nantoni. Kuba mna kaloku ndiye ndabona kukhwazwa apha kuthiwa kukho i-2.3 trillion. Ndacinga uba ke mna sizawuthethela kuba ngoku sizakwakha le nto sithi sifuna le nale. Within 6 months iye pha akuziyiwa kutata unantsika ugodongwana kule trillion, kuyiwa ngqo pha. So that sazi into yokuba ngaba rhulumente njengoba sidibene singabantu, wena uyasikhaba noba usikhabi, kulapho ke ngosabona khona uba siyaphi. So yiloo nto nje le bendiyirhalela kuba ngoku nam ndiomnye umbutho endikuwo andifuni ngale nto ubizwa kwimibutho apha. Njengala kangathetha ngambutho pha.
Mandibulise mandithi nqanga nentsiba zayo. Ndicela mna ubana siye phambili kwi-formation ngoku. Noba kubizwa ngamagama kwenziwe i-framework. Ndingumamqwathi ndisuka emaqwathini eNgcobo. Ndiyathanda into okokubana iinkosi zisetyenziswe, iinkosi zikapacitatewe, ii-communities zincediseke kuba ngoku kukhona abantwana abadrop out esikolweni. Fumanisa una 13 years lona akazazi uba uyekela ntoni xa bekutheni kungathangani. So ndiyayithanda laa nto yayike yenziwa into yobana kukhutshwe namahashi la kuthiwa kutheni ungayanga esikolweni, baphindiselwe abantwana ezikolweni ngoba ilizwe eli lona liyaphela uba silijongile. Ibike wamiswa Mthatha ngabantu abadala, otata umphahlwa, umama umphahlwa apha. Make sibuyele nemva, make sibuyele nembo siyolungisa. Enkosi.
Enkosi mama. Okay. We are at a point now where we need to decide the way forward. There have been a lot of suggestions coming around. Yes, when General started talking about this matter, he did mention that it's not a political party matter. It's a matter related to fixing the Eastern Cape. So that is very clear. Secondly, it's very important that we get to a point where we understand what the way forward is. The last speaker on the other side raised some very important points to say, what is the structure of this way forward? What are we really looking at in terms of participants? And what are these things that we need to focus on? It's just unfortunate that the detail related to that takes quite a bit of time to work on. So my suggestion is that we just have headings in respect of what needs to be done in terms of the way forward. And then I'm under the impression that once that multi-stakeholder committee is in place, it will then get together and look at the detail of how the implementation might happen going forward. Are we together? Right. Well, okay. What I'm saying is we can only deal with high level in terms of the way forward. For example, we have people that have come forward here to volunteer to be part and parcel of the multi-stakeholder committee. Some of them have even given us areas where they have expertise. And Mr. Williams has actually taken all of that down. Now, we have a few sectors that we were looking at in terms of our program. There is infrastructure. Sorry.
Infrastructure, there's the economy, there's area of municipalities, there's the role of business, labor and professionals. There's rule of law, issues of corruption and crime. We also dealt with education, faith-based organization, and the political parties that were invited, that those did not.
My suggestion, we're going to listen to your own suggestions. My suggestion is that we elect a few people that are going to actually look at how that whole formation is going to happen. And we're going to do the document, put it together, give it back to that group of people. Because it's very difficult now to say so-and-so will be in the infrastructure sector, so-and-so will be in that, so-and-so will be in that. So if we could end up with a list of 5 or 6 people that are going to be the coordinating team that's going to with whatever volunteers come up after this, just to put the framework together, using the document that we're going to put forward. General.
Now, I would suggest to a summary of what was discussed here first. As long as it was a flip chart, just run through them. Number 2, nisinike i-email address yenu as facilitators. I-groups nge-groups icawe ntundune ezimelweyo apha zithumela amagama phakuni abantu bazawuseva kuleni committee. This is what we recommend, this is what we recommend. Now lo magama are suggestiweyo siphinde ke ngokuthi abuye ke abo bantu basuggestiweyo babe ne meeting yabo apho ke ngozabaqalwa ke kube khona secretary who's going to chair this and so on and so on. But there's a tata le report nizabe neyicompilile umuntu abe nekopi yakhe xa sekufika kweso stage salo committee baqala umsebenzi. Otherwise into asazane apha besikhangelana nabantu hayi andimazi hayi ngwento ethile le. Each group umuntu one interest ukuthumela igama lakhe pha, but sibe careful. Xa ngaba mhlawumbe kuthetha ngento ye-infrastructure, at least masifumane umuntu one experience yaloo nto. Uba kuthetha ngento ye-climate change nentoni and so on, no agriculture, land, singagcwalisa ke ngabanye kodwa at least must it make sure ba lo uyayazi into ayithethayo. Then uzawuza kwi-categories esimele apha xa senisenza final team amakhosi amelwe ngubani, abelimi abelimi bamelwe ngubani, and so on and so on. So kodwa kwangoku makuthunyelwe kula email address. That's my suggestion. Asizokwazi ngokukwazana sibe sikhamba siphakamise amagama abantu iyaba i-confusion. Kodwa la magama afakwe phaya azawubizwa anyule ke ngoku ikomiti. Komiti leyo siqala sithi ubani kwezolimo, ubani kwinto ethile, ubani kwinto ethile. I-political parties ezingekhoyo ezingaparticipatanga lento izaw extendwa nakuzo, sithumele umuntu ngamunye abe phakathi kulo multi-party stakeholder. Suggest a lot.
Thank you, General. Any other suggestion or something to build on to what has been suggested already?
Thanks for the cooperation. I wanted to support the first proposal of just summarizing. We are not here to play, we are here for a serious business. Secondly, I would then say, let's this forum formally say, Unjengele has convened us because there's this question when you are coming to a session. Abanye begaziswanga nje apha okanye bejikiwe because they were having a question, who is convening? Because the background says besingabantu ebebezihlelele kwindawo ebesihleli kuyo. And then the question, who's responsible for this gathering? And then I would then say they must have that convener who will convene formally. He will write his signature down and append to invite all those stakeholders there, which in this case, I don't think we can be against that. Unjengele must convene this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other view? Or do we support the views that have been given?
Ndikamvale nje uJengele ekuphikiseni. Ndiyafuna ukuyisupporta love you, but bendicinga uba ke mna sizawuthi bengikhona i-steering committee ebesiqhuba lento, so that sihlale sikhona ke, and then lena ke committee ikwazi ukuxubana ke nayo bakwazi ukwenza ke lento to take us forward, because ngoku mhlawumbe sizothatha uholomisa yedwa buyavuma, and then sifike sim-avote pha, sifike siyithathe lento siyisehlathini singayisipha, kanti aba bantu bebeyiconcevile le idea beza nayo kakuhle inhle sibe sibashiye ngaphandle. Bengekho ne-steering committee na sibekwe sizazi ba anasiya, yes usummarizele ngothina, because asinamandate thina yokuba sifake umuntu ngoku sihambe so reporter ke sikwazi ukuthumela ke ngoku la ben ngubani benibeka apha. Camakho
General, is no a question eyodwa. Was there a steering committee that was assisting you?
Izawuripota kunkosi uDilisa. Okay. Ndiripote kunkosi uSicawu. Ndiripote kunkosi uDilisa Ntaba le yasekhaya. DTA la nto benindithume yona ke nazi results. Ithathani into yenu ke nihambe nayo. Ndinobe bendinikwa ngabo instructions bendisoko ndicommunicator nezo steering committee. Akufunekanga xa niza kwenza umcimbi oright bengento enkulu, because abantu bazangafuna uze meetingeni experience yam, but le must implement le resolution yona ibalulekileyo le. I-initiators bizikhona but azina control nama na control kulo mcimbi, but masiyi-support. Nina ngoninikwe mandate ndisafuna nibuye kwezaseAtlantic la Samara. Umuntu athi ephuma pha ngegate aziba bendizothini kanene apha, irresponsibility yami izawuthini. So sayenza mhlekazi. Sabafaka nabanye ababesincedisa i-professionals udroyisha lento will do that. But ikey ngaba bantu nizawubanyula bebuya kwimibutho ngemibutho yabo nje bese sigqibile. Sayiqhuba phala ungabi nexhala iphethe lisotsha niphethe isibhamu.
All right, first, do you want to just go through and some?
Yeah, some of e-notes, the laptop, ezinye zilapha, but I'll go